Hello everyone, welcome to complete tutorial on CSS. Here we'll be going through a lot of CSS properties which are used to style and design web pages. So by the end of this tutorial, we will be able to create web pages or templates like this. So here we can see we have a template where you have headers, banners, and some features and also a footer at the bottom. In the same way, we will also try to design another template or web page like this, where we have banners, we have navbars with hover effects, with some similar banner, and then some content with text. So let us see what are the things we need to know before designing these kind of templates. So in this tutorial, initially we'll go through a brief introduction about CSS, then when and how and where to write CSS. Then we'll go with selectors to select elements and apply the appropriate styles. Then we'll go for units of measurement. What are the measurement units we use in CSS like pixel, percent, etc. Then we'll go for CSS colors, where we'll learn about different color syntaxes. Then we'll go with CSS fonts, where we'll learn about font styling, font sizing and all. Then we'll go with text formatting, where we will be talking about the different text formatting in CSS, and then borders, margins and paddings, which basically help us to create gaps or spaces. Then we will learn about the height and width properties and also the box sizing property, which helps us to solve problems in height and width due to the padding and borders. Then we'll go for the box model. The box model consists of all these border, margin, padding, and then we'll go for outline. Then we'll have box shadow property, which will let us apply shadows to boxes. Then we'll try to use the float display property, vertical align and overflow for creating layouts. And then we'll be going through some advanced selectors or combinators. Then we'll go for pseudo classes, pseudo elements. So this will be the end of this tutorial. By the end of this, we'll practice two templates, which are these, which will be implemented using all these properties that we have mentioned here. So in this session, what we'll be going through is we'll start with CSS basics and discuss a few topics in CSS. Okay, so this will be from scratch. Those who even don't know what is CSS, they can also understand it. Okay, so what is CSS? So CSS means cascading style sheets, which is used for styling our HTML pages. Okay, so if you go through the website, so here you go to courses and go to like front end with Angular or something, any one of them. Let me go to the tutorials. In the tutorials, we have CSS basics. Yeah. So now, so what is CSS? CSS means cascading style sheets, which is used to style the HTML pages. Now, before that, let's see how do we write the HTML pages. How to create a HTML page? We have the HTML tag, we have the head tag, isn't it? And then we have the body tag.
So HTML element, inside the HTML element, we have the head element and the body element. Now, in the body element, we were writing something like h1, welcome to EduPoly, something. Okay, so let me run this file. Where is our file? The file is here. So we get this text here, right? Now, when we want to add some styles to this, we can use CSS. So how do we use the CSS? So I'll show just the basic way to do that, and then we'll move on. So I'll not discuss now in detail. Just in the next section, so we'll discuss about. So they're writing something. So they're giving here some examples. For example, they're writing it like this. Okay. So what does this mean? So what I'll do here is, here I'll write something. So where do I want to apply the CSS? Here. So here I need to have one style element. Inside the style element, I'll have this CSS. Okay. So what happened now? The color got applied to the element. So this is how we write the CSS. Just for now I am showing this, but there are many other ways to use CSS. So we'll see that in detail. But I just wanted to show you how CSS can apply some style to an HTML element. Okay. Then styling a site means giving a set of instructions that tell the browser which font, color, size, and how much white space around different parts of the page and so on. Okay. So simply, CSS has properties and values. These are known as properties and values. Okay. So these things are applied to the HTML element or elements to apply the styles. Okay. Now, see here, see this image. What is happening here? HTML will only create the structure of the web page. Okay. Let's say this is the head, this is the body, whatever it is. That is the skeleton, is the structure. Without the skeleton, a body cannot stand. It doesn't have the strength to stand. So what will happen? On top of the HTML, we'll apply the CSS like colors. Now here what is happening? They are having this hair, clothes, body, all these things, muscle, skin. So these are all, you can say that this is CSS. Okay. So that's what happens with HTML as well. So in HTML, in plain HTML, there is no styling, but when we apply the colors, margin, padding, text indent, all those things, the page looks nice. Okay. That is why we need CSS. That is the reason. If someone asks why we need CSS, that is the reason. Okay. Then, so for applying the CSS, we need some rules. These are known as rules. Okay, we'll discuss them in the next section. So here I am how and where to write CSS. Okay, so when the question comes how, so in coding or maths or wherever, when we say how, that means the first word that should come to our mind is syntax. That is how to write something. That means actually not how to write, actually what to write, what to be written first, what to be written next. Okay, whether it is styling, whether it is coding, anything, any kind of programming will require syntax. Okay, so first what I should write so that it will work. After the first thing, what should I write second so that the code will work? That is known as syntax. So we have a fixed syntax for CSS styles, for writing CSS rules. So this whole thing is known as a rule. Whatever we use here, this whole thing is known as a CSS rule. Okay, and this rule consists of many things. Okay, So the syntax of a rule. So we will now see what is the syntax for writing a CSS rule. Okay. Now see here. What is given here? Here the H1 is known as a selector. Okay. H1 is known as the selector. Then we have a set of curly braces. Okay. Inside the curly braces, we have some things. What are those things? So now this after the selector, we have written a line color red. This line is known as one declaration. Okay, this whole thing is known as a declaration. See here, here we have one declaration, here we have two declarations. Okay, what is the declaration here? It is color red. Here, what are the declarations? We have two declarations, color blue and text align center. Okay, now this declaration is made up of two parts separated by a colon. Okay, a declaration is made up of two parts, property and value, separated by a colon. So what is the property and value for this declaration? For this declaration, this property is color, blue is value. For this declaration, text align is property and the value is center. In the same way, for this declaration, the property is color and the value is red. Okay. So these properties are known as CSS properties. What is the property used here? Color and text align. Okay. And what is the CSS property that is used here? That is only color. Okay. Now we have seen that the property and value is separated by a colon. But when we want to write more than one declaration, then we have to separate each declaration with a semicolon. Okay, so remember one thing, in this syntax, property and value is separated by a colon and two declarations are separated by a semicolon. Okay, okay, fine. Now there is one more thing that can be written in CSS, that is called comments. So what are comments? So let's say I will write here, I want to explain what this styling is doing. Okay, so I will write something like this will color the H1 red. Okay, so if I write like this and save it and go to the browser, what will happen? Actually, this is showing me an error, colon expected, something like that. You can't write directly. Okay, so for that, what we do is we write it as a comment. So how do we write it as a comment? The syntax for writing a comment is we write a slash, then we give a star, and then at the end also I give one star and then a slash. Okay, so the moment I use this syntax, star, slash, and slash star at the end, this becomes a CSS comment. Okay, so there are comments in HTML, there are comments in CSS, there are comments in JavaScript, there are comments in Java, there are comments in C++, everywhere comments are there, but the way of writing a comment is different. Okay, so here the way of writing a comment is in CSS, it is slash star and at the end star slash. Okay, so this will tell, so this style, I have written this style, but when someone else will see this style, they can see that, they can understand why this thing was added. Okay, like that. So this thing will never come up in the browser, that means in the web page it will not never show up. Okay, so that is just for understanding. Okay, fine. Now the next topic is to how to apply the CSS to a HTML page. Okay, so we have already seen one of the way. Here we have applied the CSS to the H1 element and we got the color red. That means we got it in our output. Okay, so what are the other ways? So in total we have 3 ways to declare CSS or apply CSS to HTML elements. Okay, so let's see them one by one. The most simplest, so for that what I'll do is I'll remove this part because I won't I will show that later on, but we'll see some other ways. Okay, so the simplest way to apply style to an HTML element is it is known as inline styling. So let me write here in below. I want to write here. So first way of writing applying CSS is known as inline styling. Okay, second way, so I'll write it in the, I can write this in the body, right? So what I'll do is here I'll have an UL, inside UL I'll have an LI. I'll write here inline styling. Okay, that is first way. Second way is known as internal style sheet, and the third one is known as external style sheet. These are the 3 ways to apply CSS to a web page. You can use any one of them. It is not like you have to use inline or internal or external. No, not like that. It is your wish. Whatever you want to use, you can use. So we'll see how we can apply the styles. So let's start with the inline styling. So in inline styling, what we do is the meaning itself. Inline means we write in the line itself. Okay, we don't write at the head or somewhere else. So what we do is here in the starting tag of the or the open tag of the element, we use the style attribute to apply the style. So here I'll write style equal to color blue. Okay, so when I save this, go to the browser and reload, I get the blue color applied. Can you see? Inline styling got applied to the LI. Okay, now this is the most common way, and this has some problems. What is the problem? I'm adding one style that is okay, but when I'm adding more styles like font size is, let's say 20px, okay, like this, I am adding 7-8 styles to this inline element, let's say, and in the same way I'm applying so many inline styles to all the elements. So to the UL also I'm applying 5-6 styles, to the H1 also I'm applying 5-6 styles, different kinds of styles. Someone is having color red, someone is having color blue, someone is having color green. Many different styles are added. What will happen is this whole piece of code will look very clumsy. It will not be readable. Okay, it will be very hard for a person to go through the code, the HTML. Okay, because the HTML and CSS are getting mixed, isn't it? So that's why this inline styling is not a very good idea when we have a lot of styles. When we have very less styles, 1 or 2 styles only in some of the elements, we can go for that. We can go for the inline style. But when there is a lot of styles, like if you go to this website, for example, in this website, there are so many styles. Okay, for this, the style is different, the color is different. Here, the color is little bit different. Here, the font size is different. Here, the font size is little bit different. Okay, everywhere, so many styles are there, so many. Okay, here for this website, I have written almost more than maybe 2000 lines of CSS code. Okay, so in that case, we don't write it in the inline style. What we do is we have the two other alternative methods. What are those? We have internal style sheet, or we can go for the external style sheet. Okay, now let's see. So let's check whether this style is working or not. Okay, so yeah, it is working. So color blue and the font size has increased. Okay, this is having font size 16 px, this is having font size 20 px. Okay, fine. Now what is this internal style sheet? So instead of writing the styles here, what we can do is we write it in the head section. Okay, inside the head element we add one style element, and inside the style element we can apply this. So what I'll do here is let's say I'll remove this font size from here. Instead of applying it from here, I'll apply it from here, and I want to apply the style for all the li. Okay, so let me write here li color is green, or let's say line. Okay, save it, go to the browser and reload. So what did we get? So color blue was applied here, that's why the color blue didn't work. Okay, we'll discuss that after some time, but let me first explain you what is happening in the internal style. So here what I'm doing is, when I'm writing color line, let me remove this for now, and so now see, now our HTML code, whatever is inside the body, is looking very clean. There is no styling here, so it is very easily understandable, and so that's why the code is clean. Okay, that's why we need this internal style sheet instead of inline styling if we have a lot of code. If we have very less code, then we can go with inline styling also. That is not a problem. Okay, now let's see what was happening when we applied color blue here and I applied color line here. The color blue was still there inside in the first li. Why did that happen? So there is, this is known as, this inline styling is given first priority. Okay, that means this doesn't have that what it is called, this will not have the importance over inline styling. Inline styling will be the most important. So let's say if I apply here, for example, for this element, if I apply style equal to font size 30 px, what will happen? This has become big. But even if I apply here font size 10 px, what will happen? It will be applied to the first and third elements, but it will not get applied to the second element. Why? Because in the second element has an inline style. So this inline style will never listen to any other style. This inline style will never listen to the internal style sheet. It will not listen to external style sheet, anything. Okay, so whatever styles are there, these are actually applied. The font size 10 px is first applied to this element, and then it is again applying the font size 30 px. So it is overriding, it is removing the previous styles, it is removing the font size 10 px, and then 30 px is applied. Okay, but it cannot override the color line because the color line is not declared here. That means no other color property is applied. If I apply here color red, then it will get color red. That is happening with this element. This element is not having any font size property. Okay, so it is taking the font size from here. It is taking the color also. Actually, color line is also applied to this element, but after some time what is happening, the color blue is overriding it. Color blue is removing this color line and putting it on the first li. Okay, this is how CSS works. Okay, this is known as cascading. That is the meaning of cascaded style sheet. Cascaded style sheet, we say it as cascaded style sheet. We understood what is style sheet, but what is cascaded? Cascaded means, this is the meaning of cascading. It means applying one style over another. When we apply more than one style to an element, which style is to be applied, this is decided by this that means applying more than one style to an element is known as cascading, but the browser will decide which one to apply. So browser has decided that no, I'll apply this inline style. So that's why the inline styling got more importance and it got applied instead of the color line. Okay, fine. Now this is about internal style sheet. What about external style sheet? In external style sheet, what we do is we don't even write the code here. Again, see, when there is very less CSS code, we can write it here. When there is little bit more, it will not look nice, so we write here. But again, if here also, if the code is too much, let's say from here I'm writing the code something like this, it is going on, so many styles are there. Okay, so the page, when we open this page, it will look like so many styles. If we have 500 lines of style here, we need to scroll so much. Again, it is looking not nice. Okay, again it will make the page clumsy. Okay, so for that, the best way we can adopt is to use an external style sheet. So here what we do is we don't write anything here. Okay, we create another file. So let me create a file called styles.css. You can give any name. Okay, you can write abc.css, whatever, but the extension should be .css. Okay, it should not be .html. It will not work. We have to create a file called .css. Now here, what I need to do is, this page cannot access this styles.css page, okay, directly. So we have to link this HTML page to the CSS page. Okay, without linking, nothing will work. So what I'll do here is, I will link this page. So how do I link this page? So in the head element, we create an element called a link. Okay, so here I have to write link rel is equal to style sheet. Okay, link rel is equal to style sheet, and then we have an href attribute. Here what do I do is, here I have to link the page. So how do I link the page? It is in the same folder, right? All about css.html and style.css file, both files are in the same folder. So I can write here styles.css. Okay, the moment I write here, write it like this, it is linked. Okay, so you can check whether it is linked or not. What you can do is, to this styles.css href link, you can just control plus click, and it is going to the other file. You can see it has come to the other file. So if it is not coming to the other file, that means it is not linked properly. Okay, now it is coming, means it is linked to this file. Now the thing is how to apply the style. The page is linked. Now I have to apply the styles. So what style I want to apply? So let's say to the li, I want to apply color line. That is what we did here, right? So let me write that style here. What I'll write here, I don't need to use this style element and all those things. Okay, here I can directly write the styles. That is the rules. Okay, this is the rule which contains this selector. Okay, so here I'll have the declaration, one declaration. What is the declaration? Color line. Save this, go to the browser and reload. So we got it. Okay, let's say I write here font size 10px. So see, that also got applied. Okay, now here again, as I told you, inline styling will always override the other styles. So even if I apply color line, this is having color blue first li, and even if I apply here font size 10px, the other elements are getting the font size, but the middle one, the second li, is not getting the font size because it is overriding it with 30px. Okay, so this is how we will write css when we have hundreds of css properties. That means hundreds of style rules, hundreds of declarations. When we have all these things, we create another external file and write the css there. This is known as external style sheet. Okay, I hope you are clear. So we have seen three ways of applying the css: inline styling, internal styling, and external styling. Okay, so the best way is to use an external style sheet, but it is not mandatory. If you are having very less styles, you can go with inline and internal as well. Okay, fine. Now what is next? So we have seen here some selectors. What is the selector here? Here it is li. Okay, li is the selector that I've used. If I have one h1, do I have one h1? Yes. For the h1, there is no style applied, right? I'll apply some style for the h1. So for the h1, what do I write? H1 color is, let's say, so we have some colors here already. I'll use this chocolate. Okay, okay, the color got changed. Fine. Now what are these? This h1 is the selector. Here the li is the selector. Now let's talk about these selectors now. Okay, so there are different kinds of selectors. Here in this case, we have seen only one type of selector. These are known as element selector. LIH1. What are they doing? They're selecting one element. This whole thing, what it is doing, it is selecting the h1 element, and I am applying this color chocolate rule to color chocolate property to that. Okay. In the same way, what is this doing? This is only catching the li elements and applying the color line font size 10px to those li elements. So this is known as li and h1, writing like this p, h1 or h2 or anything. They are known as element selector. They are known as element selector. Okay. Now we have some other selectors. Let me show you something. So instead of using the element selector, so now there is a problem while using the element selector. Why? Let me remove some of the things. So let me remove all the inline styles for now and show you what problem we may face when we use element selectors. Okay, this is how it is looking. Now I want to apply, see, color line is applied, that is okay. But for the first element, I want to apply a red color. Okay, I want to apply a red color, and second element I want to apply, okay, let's say for the first element I want to apply red color. What do I do? But I can't use inline styling, and I also can't use internal style sheet here in the style text. So what do I do? From here I can't apply the red color to this li directly using element selector. These element selectors will select all the li. Here when I am writing li color lime, it is getting lime for all the li's. Okay, so for that what we have is, we have something called the id selector. Okay, id selector. So how is this id selector used? Is what we have to do here is, here in the li I have to use one attribute called id. Id equal to, we have to give some name. So let's say I'll name it as first. Okay, id equal to first, and I apply here. So how do I write? If I write first, this will not work. It will think that first is a type of HTML element, so it will not work. So what do I need to do is, here I need to write hash. Hash first means it is pointing to this id. Okay, hash means id. Hash first means it will try to search for the element which is having id as first. Okay, so here I have to apply color red. Okay, save both the files and go to the page and reload. So I got the red color. Okay, now here you can put anything. So here you can write one. If you write here one, you have to write here hash one. What happened? Okay, didn't save both the files. Okay, hash one. Okay, like this we can use the id selector. But this id is to be used only for, that means in the whole page I should not use id1 in another element. Here also I should not. So let's say I want to apply red color to both these li, and for this I want to use green. Okay, that means the lime color. So lime color I have already applied, so it is getting applied. But let's say I want to use for both these. So then what I can do, I can write something like this: id equal to 1 for, I'll apply it for this one also. So what will happen now? Both these IDs, it will apply the color red. Okay, both are having ID1, so color will be applied red for both of them. But there is a rule here that we should not use the same ID for more than one time in the web page. Okay, so for that, the next approach that we have is, this is known as the class selector. So instead of ID, I will use class. Okay, I should not use ID for more than one time, same ID for more than one time. But if you want to use styles on more than one element, you can use the class attribute. Okay, so what will happen? There is no difference between class and ID. The behavior is same, but for your uh, comfortability, what we do is, you will not use the ID, same ID for more than one element. Instead, you use the class. So when I write like this, class equal to 1, class equal to 1, so it is pointing to this. But class doesn't work with hash. Okay, it will use a dot instead of the hash. Hash is for ID, class is for dot is for class. Okay, save both the files and reload. So you can see the styles are getting applied. So here, instead of dot, if you put here hash, it will never work. You can see it didn't get applied because it is trying to search for the one ID which is 1, but there is no ID 1, there is only class, so I have to use the dot. Okay, this is how the class selector is used. Now what can be done? Now let's say I have one h2 also. Okay, h1 is this, h2 is here. So welcome to Edipoli. Let's learn CSS. Okay, now what color I had for h1, the same color I want to have for this h2. Okay, so for that, what can be done? I can write something like this: h2 color chocolate. So what will happen now? Both are having the same color, the same style what we have applied. Okay, but if you see the CSS file, we are repeating things again and again. Okay, whatever code we are writing, it should be short and small. We should not repeat things. Okay, so when we are writing like this, if we have 10 elements which are having color chocolate, so many times we have to use. So for example, let me show you our Edupoly website. Here, see, this part is having the same color as this part, and this part, and this part, this part. So these are all having the same color. We can't go to each element and apply the same blue color to all the elements. So if you apply it like that, what will happen? We'll have more than 100 lines of code which are having the same style. Okay, so for that we need something called grouping selector. Okay, we need something called grouping selector. So how is this grouping selector used? So instead of writing it 2 times, what we can do is we can put a comma after the h1 and write h2. Okay, and we can remove this second copy. Okay, so when I write h1 comma h2 color chocolate, that means apply the color chocolate to both the h1 and h2 elements. Okay, now save this and let's go to the page and reload. So now we can see both the h1 and h2 are working, but by using the grouping selector. So let me use a different color here. Let's say yellow. Save it and see it got applied. Okay, gold. Yeah. Okay, fine. So this is how grouping selector works. Then we have something called descendant selector. Okay, let me show you what is the purpose. So here what we are doing, we are having this ULLI, that is fine, but let me have something like this. Let me remove this UL and let me have a div here. Okay, inside the div I have a P paragraph element, and let me write some text here. So CSS is awesome, and I have another paragraph P outside the div. Okay, let me write here, please refer to edupoly.com. Okay, if I write like this, so how does the page look like? It is looking like this. Okay, both are paragraphs, both are placed one after the other. Okay, now if I apply some color to, so let's say I want to apply some color to this paragraph. Okay, edupoly.com here. So I am writing P color blue. Okay, so what is happening here? It is getting applied to both the paragraphs, isn't it? But I want it to apply. So let's say I don't want to apply it to this line. I want to apply it to this line only, or I want to apply to this one only, any one of them, or I want to apply it only to a fixed element. So what do I do? So let's, for example, I want to apply the blue color to this CSS is awesome text. So if you see here, this CSS is awesome text is inside a div. This P element is inside a div actually. Okay, so to select this P element, we can use something called descendant selector. Okay, it is known as descendant selector. So what is this descendant selector? What is the meaning of descendant? Descendant means this P is known as a descendant to this div. Okay, this H1, that is like a child. Okay, this H1 is a descendant of this body. This head is inside which element? This head is inside HTML element. In the HTML element, we have head and body. So head and body are descendants of HTML. Okay, this link is inside the head, so this link is the descendant of head. This H1, H2, div and the last P are all descendants of body. This P is the descendant of this div. Okay, so this is the meaning of descendant. So what is the order here? P is the descendant of div, right? So I want to apply some style to this. So what I will do here is, instead of writing P, I'll write a div space P. Remember, the space is very important. Without the space, it will not work. Okay, so div space P means applied. So what is the meaning of this rule here? Apply the color blue to the P, which is a descendant of a div. Okay, so now if I save this, what do I get? I get the color blue only on this one. Okay, I get the blue color only on this one, not on the next line. Now let's see what will happen if I see this body. Inside the body we have the P. If I want to apply to this P, the body is having this P as descendant. So if I write body space P, this should work, isn't it? Let's see what will happen if I write body space P and then color blue. Now see what is happening. What happened? Both the elements got the color blue. But why? Because this P is known as a descendant. This is not the child or what it is called. This P is known as a descendant, no doubt, but it is also known as an immediate child of this div. Okay, so when I say descendant, by descendant, what do I mean is anything inside an element is known as a descendant to this element. Okay, so let me show you. This link is a descendant of head, but this link is also a descendant to HTML because it is inside the HTML. Okay, in the same way, this P is a descendant of this div, but this P is also a descendant to this body. Okay, and this P is also a descendant to HTML. Okay, in the same way, this P is a descendant to this body, and also this P is also the descendant to this HTML because these are all inside the HTML. So every element is a descendant of the HTML element. Every text element what we use in our web page is a descendant of a body element. Okay, so this H1 is a descendant of body, this H2 is a descendant of this body, this a div is a descendant of this body, this P is a descendant of this body, this P is also a descendant of this body. That's why when I wrote here body space P, that means apply color blue to all the P that are descendant of P body. So in the body we have two descendant P's. One is this one is this one. That's why the color got applied to both of them. Okay. That's how it works. So this is known as a descendant selector. Now we have another last topic I want to discuss in CSS because we have a lot of CSS selectors which we will advanced selectors are there which we will discuss later on in another session. Okay, but not now. Here we are discussing only about the basic CSS selectors. So the last CSS selector that I want to discuss in this session is universal selector. What is universal selector? Universal selector is used to apply styles to all the elements of a page. Okay, now let's say I have removed all these styles. Okay, if I remove all these styles, what will happen? It will become plain like this. Okay, nothing is there, only 4 lines are there. Okay, now let's say I want to apply color red to all the lines. So for that, what I have to do, I have to write. So the code was here, so everywhere I have to go and write color red like this, right? So I have to put it everywhere like this, isn't it? Again we are uh, writing the same code again and again. So for that, what I can do is I can write li comma h1 comma h2 comma dot 1 comma, what is that last one is body p. If I write like this and remove all these styles, the styles will be applied. Okay, this is one thing that we have seen using the grouping selector. But let's say I have 200 elements on this HTML page. I can't go to each element and apply the style to all of them, right? So if we have any style that is to be applied to all the elements, we can use the universal selector. So what is the universal selector? We just use a star. The star is known as a universal selector. Color, I'll put it as blue or blue violet. Okay, star, color, blue violet. Now see, save this, go to the browser and reload. See, we got the blue violet color on all the elements. So this is known as universal selector. The universal selector is used to apply styles to all the elements of a web page. Okay, fine. Now our basic CSS styling, how to apply the styles we know. Okay, what styles to apply we don't know much. We just know color, we know just font size, and these are the two things we have seen till now. Okay, color and font size. Okay, that is enough for now. Okay, but now let us go to our intro. We had an intro here in the tutorials when we were seeing what is CSS, why CSS. There one line was written which was hard to understand at that time, but now we can clearly understand that line. See this. So what is that line? CSS introduction to CSS. Yeah, see this line. This line is very important. What it is saying, some HTML elements repeatedly occur in HTML. Okay, for that, if we want to give styles, no need to write repeatedly. By selecting that HTML element, we can give styles at one place and it will apply all over the HTML document wherever the selected element is. Okay, this is what CSS is doing. Okay, it is applying to all the elements. So when I'm writing h1 comma h2, what is happening? h1 comma h2. So we don't need to repeat the styles again and again. That is the most important aspect of CSS. Don't repeat anything. Okay, no need to write repeatedly. So when I write h1 h2 color blue violet, it is applying to the h1 and h2. Wherever h1 and h2 will be there, if I have 5 h1, all the 5 h1 will get the blue violet color. Okay, fine. So this is enough about basic CSS and CSS selectors. Now we'll go to some other topics. Okay, So here we have seen the selectors, but now we will go into this part. Okay, what is this part? This is known as the declaration. This is known as the CSS declaration. Okay, so what is this CSS declaration, and what different ways we can use CSS declaration? Okay, so let me write something. Let me apply two styles. So first I will apply color red, and another style I will apply, that is font size 20px. Okay, so the moment I apply this and go to the page and reload, you can see the font size has changed. It has become small and the color is also changed to red. Okay, now if you observe carefully, both the declarations are of different type. That means this declaration is having two parts. This is known as property, this is known as value. This is known as property, and this 20px is known as value. These values are, what is the difference between these two values? One is a color, the other one is known as a size, isn't it? When I write 20px, it is a size. When I write 30px, it is a size. So how can you say that it is a size? How do you know? Why red is not a size? Why 20px is a size? How do you say that? We say that because it is having a px at the end. That's why we are saying that it is size, because it is having px. Okay, we are saying that a red is not a size because it is not having any px or any kind of thing at the end. It is a color. It is just normal value. It is not a size. Okay, so that thing, this px is known as a unit. So we say that whenever a value is having a unit, that is known as a size. Whenever a value is not having an unit, it is not a size. That is not a size value. This 20px is a size value, but this value is a color value. Color value will never have any size, but this color value will never have a unit. Okay, but the size value will always have a unit. It can be px, it can be lot of things. We have cm, we have inch, many units are there. Okay, so let us now try to see these sizes and units. Okay, so instead of 20px, if I write 30px, what will happen? The font size will increase. Okay, so what is this px? Px is known as pixel. Okay, so there are different types of units. Well, let's see them one by one. So the most common unit is the px, that we have already seen. Now there is something called percentage. Okay, so if I write here 100%, what will happen? Font size 100% will make it normal. Actually, what is the font size of this? This H1 has a font size of around 32px or something, maybe. Okay, so when I write font size 100%, it will stay at the same size. If the size of, so let me see, H1 px size, it will tell you what is the px size. So H1 is having a 20 size of 24 pixels. Okay, so when I write 100%, this H1 is getting 24px font size. Okay, that means it is not changing the font size. Actually, what is the size for H2? H2 is 22 pixels. So here I am applying font size 100% to H1 and H2 both. So what is happening? H1 is getting 24px and H2 is getting 22px. That means that is the default value and it is not changing it. But the moment I use here 50%, what will happen if I write 50%? it will be reduced to half. So H1 by default is having 24 px size. It will become now 12 px, and H2 is having 22 px. It will become 11 px. Okay, so it has become now 12 and 11. H1 is having 12 px, H2 is having 11 px. Okay, this way. So let me check whether we can check it here or not. So it is only showing font size 20 px. So font size 50%. It is not showing it in pixels, but that is what it is happening. Okay. So this way you can reduce the font size using percent. Okay. So if you write here 200%, what will happen? This 24 px will become 48 px, and this 22 px will become 44 px. So it will increase in size. Okay, it has become now 48 px, and this has become 44 px. Okay, this is how percent can be used. Okay, then another thing we have is that is known as em. Instead of percent, you can use em as well. So 1 em, if I write, this is the same like percentage. Okay, but here we will use it in a different way. 1 em means the default value. What is the default value? 24 px and what it is called, 22 px. Okay, so the moment I write here 0.5 em, that means it will become half. In percentage, to do half we write 50. In em, to do it, to make it half, we write 0.5. Okay, so now it has become 12 px and 11 px. Okay, so if you want to double the size, you will write 2 em. So 2 em means 24 px h1 will become 48 px, and 22 px h2 will become 44 px. Okay, this is how you can use the percentage and em. Both are doing the same thing, but the values are different. Values are different, units are different. Okay, so here this 2 is known as the value, this em is known as the unit. Okay, but this color red is not having any unit because it is not a size unit, size value. It is not a size value, it is a color value. Okay, we have seen the size unit, size values properly, right? We have seen different units, different values, everything we have seen. But what about this color? What different things we can write here instead of red? Here in font size, we have seen we can write px, we can write percentage, we can write em. But what about the color? To explain is, I was talking about this color values. We have seen a lot of things about this unit, what it is called, the size values. What about the color values? What other colors I can write here? What do I, how do I know what color I should write? Because if I write here something like rose red, it will not work, right? If I write here some any color, it may not work. So how do I know what color to use? So here also again there are different ways of writing the color, different colors css will support, but I will explain you 4 different types of colors. Okay, first one, is known as built-in colors, that is already in css by default. Second one is known as rgb colors. Okay, built-in colors. Okay, now we have RGB colors, then we have RGBA colors. Okay, and then the last one we have hexadecimal colors. Okay, so what are all these things? I'll explain here 4 types of colors. There are other colors as well, like HSL colors, HSLA colors. So those things are not much needed. We'll go through these most common 4 types. Okay, so what are built-in colors? CSS has a lot of colors inbuilt with it, like red, blue, yellow. So there are a lot of built-in colors. Let me show you here. Here, see, these are the built-in colors that CSS is. Actually, there are more built-in colors. Let me show you. CSS colors. CSS colors. So do we have all the colors here? No, we are not having it here. Let me write here built-in colors. Yeah. So now we'll get it here. See this. These are the colors that CSS already has inside it. Okay. See, so many colors are there. So we have black, we have silver, we have gray, white, maroon, red, purple, green, lime, all these things. Okay. So many colors are there. These colors we can directly use it here. Instead of red, I can directly use some, what is this? Dark slate blue. I can use this directly here. Dark slate blue. So what will happen? It will be applied to our page like this. Okay, the color is applied. Then what else do we have? We have a deep pink. If I apply this, deep pink is applied like that. So like this, you can use all these colors already which are there. Okay, that is option one. If you are happy with these colors, so let's say you want this color, okay, you are happy with it, you are happy with this color, you are happy with this color, then it is okay. But if you want more colors, then what to do? Because this is not the total palette of colors that is possible, right? We can have like millions of colors. How to access all those things? So those things can be accessed by using those RGB, RGBA, and hexadecimal options. Okay, so let's start with RGB. So what is RGB? So the syntax of writing RGB is something like this: RGB, and we give some parentheses like this. We write X comma Y comma Z. So what is X, Y, Z? I will explain you. So RGB means, see, all the colors that we see today can be created, can be produced using a combination of red, green, and blue colors. Okay, all colors can be produced using red, green, and blue colors in different proportions. Okay, so if I write here 0 comma 0 comma 0, okay, so what color will it produce? It is giving black. Okay, so these XYZ values will be from ranging from 0 to 255. Okay, these colors are known as 256-bit colors, so that's why it starts from 0 to 255. So this first value where I wrote X is the value for red, the second value is the value for green, and the third one is for the blue. Okay, so if I write here, instead of 0, if I write 255, okay, if I write here 255, and that is for the red, I am writing 255, for green I am writing 0, for blue I am writing 0. So what will happen? It is saying that take full red color, 100% red, and don't take the green and blue. So it will always produce a red, right? Because there is no green and blue component, so it is giving me red color. If I put the red as 0 and the second value as 255, that means what? I am putting the green as to full, and the red and blue I am putting nothing, empty, so it will become green. Okay, and if I put third value as 255, what will happen? I'll get it as blue. because the red and green are empty. There is no red green. Okay. What about if I put all 255? It is becoming white. You can see here. Okay. But if I put all 255, it becomes invisible. Why? Because the background is also white, the text is also white. That's why we are not able to see it. Okay. So this way you can create other combinations like a red and green. I want to put it as 255. Here I want to put a 0. Then what color I am getting? I am getting yellow. Okay. See this? I am getting yellow. Then let me put here 255 and here 0. What I'm getting? I'm getting some pink. This is known as cyan, cyan. This is known as a cyan color. Okay. Then if I put the first one as 0 and next both the green and blue component. Oh, sorry, this is cyan, that was magenta. Okay, that pink one is known as magenta, this one is known as cyan. Cyan, magenta and yellow. Okay, these are the colors that can be primarily produced using RGB and white and black. Okay, now this is just the beginning. Now there are a lot of things. Now what will happen if I don't put 255? If I put 100, what will happen? It will create a different color. It is something like blue. If I put here 100 and here I put something like 26, so I'm getting something like brownish greenish some color. Okay, so this way different combinations will create different colors. So let me, and when I point my mouse pointer to this color, I get this. I can change the color here as well. I can put the different color and change it, and I can see what color I am getting. So here the values are different. So for red it is 161, for green it is 209, for blue it is 241. Okay, so this is giving us a light blue color. So this way different colors can be created using this RGB format. Okay, so this way you can select it using the slider. You can change the value. So let's say you want a light green color, so you can go to the green and take a light green from here, or you can use a bright green as well. This is a bright green color. Okay, so you get a bright green color like. So this is having 140, 255, 0. Why 0? Because blue is, there is no blue component, so that's why blue is becoming 0 here. Okay, the moment you move your slider to the blue part, it will have some value always. See, blue is 153 now. The moment you move it away from the blue part, it is becoming 0. So for the top part, always the blue is 0. See, the moment you go towards the blue, it is having some value. Okay, so this side it is having some other blue values. Okay, like that. Okay, fine. So this is about RGB. Now there is another format called RGBA. Okay, when I write RGB, when I point my mouse to this, I am getting here this. Here we have another thing. Can you see this? This is creating the A, RGBA. See, it has changed to RGBA now. A is for the opacity. See, it will become different now. So 25500 means red. Now what is this A doing? This value will not have from 0 to 255. This will have from 0 to 1. So when I write 0, what is happening? This is totally transparent. Okay, when I write 1, it is totally opaque. That's why I am getting a red. Okay, so this way you can change the value. So let's say I write here 0.5. What will happen? See, 2255 00 0.5. This is having a light red. That is not light actually. That is opaque. It is making it opaque, not opaque. What it is called? Little bit transparent. Okay, that's why it is becoming like this. If I put it 0.1, so this property is known as opacity. I'm getting very light. See, it is barely visible. Okay, we can't see it nicely. So let me put 0.3. Now we are able to little bit see it like that. And when we put 1, we are able to see it clearly. Okay, this is the syntax for RGBA colors. Okay, alone RGB cannot produce these effects. These effects can be produced using the A component. What is this A? A is the opacity. Okay, fine. Now, like that, all colors you can use the RGBA format. Now we have another format known as the hexadecimal format. What is this hexadecimal? So instead of RGB, there is another thing called the hexadecimal. So in hexadecimal, how do we write? We don't write all these RGBA. We have one hash. Okay, hash, and then we have 6 digits, maximum of 6 digits. It will start from 00000. Okay, that is color black. This is known as black, and it will go up to FFFFFF 6F. Okay, it will be white, so it is becoming invisible. Okay, so 0000000 to FFFFFF, we have all the colors. Okay, let me write something like this. Here again, see this, I write here, just try to relate it with the RGB. Okay, tell me what is happening. I write FF0000. See, what did I get? I got red. That means here the first 2 digit is for red, the second third and fourth digit is for the green, and the last 2 digit is for blue, just like RGB. Okay, let me show you now. I write here 00, and for the third and fourth digit I write FF. FF means 255, just think like that. And last 2 I am keeping empty. It is giving me green color. Okay, because RGB, R is empty, G is full, B is empty. In the same way, if I keep this empty and I put here FF, that means blue. I'm getting blue. So here also the same combination you can run, but how these values are working? So these values are working like this. If you see the hexadecimal number system, they are having 16, only up to 16. See this, 0 to 15 it will go, and then it will start from, see, after 9 it is not having 10, it is having A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, 0 to F, that's how it is working. So let me write here 000000. This is one color. That is, what is this color? This is black, right? I write here 1. What do I get? It is similar to black. I can write here 9. 1 to 9. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can go like that. Up to 9 I am going. After 9, I should write A, then B. Okay? Because after 9, I should not write like this. 10, I should not write like that. Okay? It will be 0A, 0B, like that. So let's say I have 000000. Okay? This is black, and when I write here, I can change it to 01 or 02 or 03, 04, 05. Okay, like that it will go up to 9. Okay, so it will go up to 9. After 9 it will have A. Okay, after 9 it will have A, then B, then C, then D, E, F. Okay, after F it will become 1F. Okay, like that, 1F, 2F, 3F, 4F, 5F, like that. So it will go up to a maximum of FF, that is 255. like that. Okay, so this way the values we can use. These are the valid values you can use. 0000002 FFFFF. Okay, so here when we put the same colors, I want to write here AB. Okay, I'll put it capital. Okay, AB array. So what I'm writing AB. When I do like this, or in the RGB format also, if I write 10 10 10 20 20 20 30 30 30, same values when we put, we get some gray color shades. Okay, so see this, I'm getting a gray color shade. Okay, when I put here again, I'll put same values, but I'll write here DE. Okay, this is also a gray color but lighter. Can you see? When I put here, let's say 787878, this is again a darker shade now. See, dark gray. So when we put same equal amounts of red, green and blue, we always get shades of gray. If we have the maximum number, what is the maximum number we can have? That is 0000000. This is all are equal, so we'll get the black here. This is the darkest color. Okay, and what will be the lightest color? That is FFFFF. So FFFFF. This is white. Okay, so this is how these hex codes work. So you can get, and you can convert the RGB to hex also. So in Google, you just type here, I write color picker. Okay, CSS. What you will get? You will get HTML color picker anywhere. Okay, this is not a very perfect one. Let me show you a better one. See this. So you can get whatever color you want. So let's say you select the color from here. You want this kind of color, let's say. So when I select this color, I'm seeing the color here. Okay, when I'm making it dark, it is becoming dark here. So you can set what color you want. You get the hex code for this. You get the RGB code also, and you are also getting another format, that is the HSL format, which I have not discussed in this class. Okay, so you are getting all the colors using this color picker. Using this color pickers, you can get all the values. Okay, this way you have different color pickers in different websites. In Mozilla also they are having color picker too. So here also you can use it. Okay, this way all these values you can change, and you are getting the hex code, you are getting RGB value. Okay, you are getting HSL value, everything you are getting. This way you can use the color picker tools for using color in different formats. Sometimes your project may be using only RGB, then you have to use RGB. You know the hex code, you can convert it to RGB and then use it. Okay, so this is how we use the colors. Okay, fine. Now let us move on to our next topic, that is the fonts. Whatever fonts we are using, what can be done with these fonts? Let us see that. Okay, so what is the basic thing we can do to our fonts that we have already done? That is color and font size. Color is the most basic thing that we can change in a font. Okay, so we have changed how to, now we have seen how to change the color, that is using the color property, and the font size also we have changed using font size using different syntax like px, percentage, em, etc. Okay, now what next can be done? Next we can change the font family, that is we have different fonts in MS Word, right? We have Arial, Calibri, Times New Roman, all those things. So there are also there are a lot of built-in fonts in CSS which can be used directly. Okay, let me try to change these things. So here let me change the font family. It is known as, the property is known as font family. Okay, font family colon, if I write here Arial. Okay, if I write Arial, does it work? Yes, it has worked. It has changed this font to Arial, but this font is still the default font. Okay, the H1 and H2 has changed to Arial. Just like that, what we have Times New Roman. Okay, save it, go to the browser, reload. So this has become the same default font. That means CSS is using Times New Roman by default. Okay, the paragraph tag is also in Times New Roman because it is the default. Then we have, do we have the Calibri that we had in Microsoft Word? Let's see whether Calibri is there or not. Yes, Calibri is also there. You can see this got changed to Calibri now. Then in the same way, we have a lot of fonts, Helvetica. Okay, this is again another font. Okay, this way you can use any kind of font family. So this font families, CSS font families, you can see there are a lot of font families in CSS. So Times New Roman, Georgia, Garamond, Arial, Verdana. So let me use this Verdana. So what do I get here? I get the Verdana font. Okay. So here we have some examples. So if I go to front end with, okay, I'll open it in a new tab. Here we have some assignments. And here in basic styling, we have something like, we have already done these things. See, create a h1 element with the content like this, apply red color, we have done, apply Verdana font family to a h2 element using style element in head section. How to do this? Style element in head section. So I should not use anything here. The question is asked to use it here. So here I'll use the style element, and here I will write h2, and here I'll apply the font family as Verdana. Okay, save this, go to the browser and reload. So this is what I got. So to the h2, Verdana is applied. Okay, not for the other element. So this way you can go through these assignments. Okay, fine. Now let's come back to our topic. So Verdana, Helvetica, Courier, New, Lucida Console, Monaco, Brush Script, Lucida Handwriting. So many fonts are there. Okay, you can use these fonts wherever it is required. Okay, according to your requirement, you can change the font, because the default font which we have in CSS, in HTML, CSS, whatever the browser, whatever it displays, this Times New Roman doesn't look nice in all the pages. This is very plain. Okay, so let's say if we see our website here, the font is totally different. It is looking different. It is not like Times New Roman. Okay, so I have changed the font. That's why it is looking like this. Okay, fine. Now what else we have? Font style. We have something called font style. So what is font style? So I'll again go back to our external style sheet. So let's say H1, apply font style. So font style can be used for, see what are the values it is showing. It is showing italic, normal, etc., etc. So font style, the default value is normal. Okay, font style, it is normal. So when we see the file, there is no change in the h1. Okay, it is normal, just like normal text. But if we apply here italic, So what will happen? It will be converted to italic text. Okay, this is how you can use the italic. So if someone asks you how to convert normal text to italic in CSS, you'll say that we'll use the font style property. Okay, using I, you can always create, isn't it? Instead of this P, if I write here I, we get italic text that we already know. We are getting it. But that is using HTML, we are changing the italic. No, right. But using CSS, how to do that? Using CSS, we have to use the font style property. Okay. These are the two ways how you can create italic text. Then we have something called font weight. Okay. So in the H2, I'll apply something called font weight. So font weight is normal, but we can have bold. So to create a bold text, we use font weight. So in the H2, actually it is already bold, so we are not able to see it. So let me apply it to the P. Okay. So let me apply an ID to this P, a div P. I'll use the descendant selector. Okay. Div P. That means it will only be applied to this one, not to other paragraph if it is present. Okay. So let's see. Font weight bold. So save it, go to the browser and reload. So the this paragraph has become bold. Okay. Then we also have some other font weight values, not only bold. We can actually put here, if you see this, we have 100 to 900. Then we have bold, then we have bolder, then we have lighter and a normal. So normal is default value. So let's see what will happen at 100. We get 100 is something like this. Okay. If we put normal, that is not changing anything. I think it is actually changing, but we are not able to see it. Okay. Now let me put a 200. It is becoming little bit more like that. It will go up to 900. 900 is the maximum. If you put 500, that is in between. Okay. 400, 500, that is in between. Okay. Then we have bold is this. Then we have bolder. This is little bit more. Okay, like that. And we have lighter. It is light text like this. So lighter is maybe around font weight 300 or 400, maybe like that, 200, 300, something like that. Okay. So this way you can change the font weight. Okay. Light, heavy, like that, bold, all those things. Okay, fine. Then now I want to move forward to other text property, because this basic font styling, whatever we have seen, that is enough. Okay. Font, we can changing the size, changing the family, changing the style, changing the weight, color, all these things are enough. Okay. Now let's go to move on to our next topic, that is text formatting. So what is text formatting? The way the text will be displayed. So let's say we have left align, right align, center align in MS Word, right? We can align our text to the left, we can align our text to the right, or we can keep it in the middle, all those things. Then we have underline, isn't it? Then we have some other things like capital letters, small letters, all those things. Okay. So many things we'll be seeing in the text formatting section. Okay, fine. So here, okay, these assignments will go through after later on, but let us now move on to the text formatting. Okay. So what do I do? So first property that I want to show you is the text align property. So let me apply text align to this H1. Okay. So here I'll remove the italic and apply text align left. It will not change anything because it is already in the left. That means it is the default value for left. Okay. default value for any text. Now let me put here text align right. What will happen now? It has moved to the right. Okay. Then text align center. Let's bring it to the center. So this way you can align the text from left, right, center, all those things. Okay. Now the next property that I want to show you is that is known as text decoration. Text decoration. So what are the values it will take? It takes a lot of things. Okay. So let's see them. First, let me write here the most important text decoration value is underline. Okay. Text decoration underline will give you one underline. Okay. And what is the what other use can be there, and you can also apply when it is, but the default value is none. Okay, it is not having anything, and when we put the underline we get it underline. So when we have in anchor tags, when we create anchor tags, we have links, right? Anchor tags are there. We put here Google. Okay, we put anchor tag, another anchor tag that is having Wikipedia. Okay, so what, how does it look like? It looks like this. These are links, but they are underlined. So what I can do is, I don't want the underline. Let's say the underline doesn't look good, so I want to remove it. Then what I will do is, I'll apply in the anchor tags A, I'll use text decoration none. Okay, so what will happen now? The links are in the links, the underline will go. Okay, this way the text decoration works. So text decoration underline we have seen. What other things we have? Just like underline, we have overline. Okay, what is this overline? It is having a line at the top. Can you see? It is having a line at the top. This is overline. Then what else? Then we have something called the line through. Okay, line through is something like this. These things can be done using this this property, that is the text decoration property. And maybe some other things are also there. Let me see. Underline dashed. If I write like this, it is getting a dashed underline. Okay, if I write here overline dashed, I'll get dashed overline. Okay, then is a dotted also there. Let's see. Underline dotted. We are having a dotted underline. Like that, we have a lot of other properties as well. So you can see dashed, dotted, double, line through, none, solid, wavy. So let us see the double and wavy as well. Okay, so underline double. What will happen now? See, you are getting a double underline. Okay, you are getting a double underline. Then we have another value called wavy. See this, we are having a wavy underline like this. Okay, so these kind of things can be achieved using the text decoration property. So if I combine this with underline and overline, we are getting a double wavy. Can you see? Top and bottom, both ways we are having the wavy underline like that. So these things can be achieved like this. Okay, now the next property that I want to discuss about is the text transform. Okay, so I'll apply this text transform to this p element. Let's see, CSS is awesome element.
Here we had font weight lighter. I'll remove this. I'll have text transform. What is the meaning of this text transform? This will help us to convert it to capital letters, small letters, or capitalize. We'll see the capitalize later on. Let's see the first. Let's see the uppercase and lowercase first. So text transform uppercase. What will this do? It has converted this text to capitals, uppercase. Okay. If I convert it to lowercase, it is lowercase. And when I write capitalize, what will happen? All the first letters are uppercase. Okay. If I change this one, div p comma p, if I apply like that, okay, that is not p, that is I. The last line is italic. Okay, see here, p is uppercase, r is uppercase, t is uppercase, e is uppercase. All the first letters are uppercase. Okay, this way uppercase, lowercase, and capitalize works. Okay, fine. Then what we have? We have a property called a text indent. Let's see the text indent now. What is text indent? So for that I need a bigger paragraph. So let me go to CSS Wikipedia. I'll take some text from there. Okay. So cascading style sheet is a style sheet language. All these things are given. Okay. From here I'll take it. So this paragraph I'll take it. And I'll create a paragraph after the links. Okay. We have a paragraph here. And I'll apply some ID here. ID is equal to para. Okay, save this. And to apply styles to this paragraph, what I have to do is I have to write here hash para, because it is an ID. Okay, now I'll not apply any style. Now let's just see how does it look like, how it is looking like. It is looking like this. Okay, this is the paragraph that we have here. Okay, now what will happen if I use the text indent property? What is the meaning of indent? That we have to understand. So text indent is the space that is used before starting a paragraph. That means here there is no text indent. Let me show you some other articles. Text indent. So if you go to image, you will see that, see this. When we start a paragraph, we leave some space, right? This is known as text indent. Okay. So let me use some text indent here. Here there is no indent. It is starting directly from the beginning. Okay. Let me put some gap here. Let's say 30px. Save this, go to the browser and reload. I got some gap. I got some space in the beginning of the paragraph. So this this way you can create little space before the paragraphs. Paragraphs are anything. You can apply this to other things as well. If you apply it to H1 or let's say H2, it will have gap on the H2 as well. Okay, like that. Then what is there? What less? We have letter spacing. We have something called letter spacing. What is letter spacing? Letter spacing is the space between two letters. All these letters are having a default letter space. It is like very less. It is like 0px or something. We can increase the letter space of all these things. Let me show you. See this, what will happen?
I'll apply letter spacing to all the elements. So to apply it to all the elements, what do? I write the star. Letter spacing. I'll use 5px. Just see what will happen. See this page. Okay. I'll reload the page. See, the letters have got more space between them. It has become 5px between each letter. Everything has come apart. Okay. This is how letter spacing works. So sometimes some fonts are having very less letter spacing because of the font style or font family. So what we need to do, the letters may stick sometimes. So I can show you a small example here in this website. If you go to React, yeah, see this. Here, can you see the C and T? They are very close to each other. If I inspect it, I can show you that the font that I'm using is actually having a letter spacing very small. Okay, so what I did was I applied some letter spacing to this. So yeah, I applied a letter spacing of 0.01 p. Not this actually. Let me show you. Let me reload this page. Let me write here instead of React. Let me write here React.js. Now see what will happen. See this. Can you see the T and J? It is sticking. That is not my fault. That is because of the font family. The font family is having a J which is having such a curve that it is touching the T. Okay. That's why I removed the JS part. But instead of that, what you can do is you can apply a little letter spacing here. Letter spacing, let's say 1px. What will happen now? It has come apart. See, now we can see a gap here. When we remove that, it is directly sticking. Can you see? When I apply a letter spacing of 1px, it is coming apart. So like this, you can put something like 3px. So now it is coming apart. So this is the importance of letter spacing. You may feel that it is very useless, but this is the use case that I have encountered recently. So different font styles, font families will have different letter spacing. They may be too close or they may be too apart. You can adjust the letter spacing using this. Okay, this is the difference. See, when I apply the letter spacing and when I remove the letter spacing. Okay, these kind of adjustments can be done. Then what else? Then we have something called a line height. Okay, so let's see what is line height. I'll go for the paragraph again. So how was our paragraph looking like? It was looking like this, right? Now if I apply some line height, what will happen? Line height 10px. If I apply line height 10px, what happened? It got closer to each other. If I apply 20px, what will happen? It is moving apart. Okay, if I have here 30px, I am having more. So the default value is around 16px most probably. This is the default line height, that is 16px. So if we don't apply any line height, it will always have 16px line height. But when I make it 10px, so that is the height of each line. Okay, we have 3 lines here. Line height means it is the height of each line. If you make the height of each line more, like 30px, what will happen? It moves apart. You can have, if you want this kind of text, you can apply increase the line height. And if you don't want anything, you can just remove it, or you can apply 16px. That is normal. Okay, that is about line height. Then we have something called word spacing. Let's see that what is word spacing. Word spacing, let me put it as, so word spacing means the distance between two words, not letters. Letter means C and S. What is word means? The and relevant. There is a small space between the and relevant, isn't it? This space, how to increase this space? You can increase this space using the word spacing, increase or decrease. Again, the what is the default value for word spacing? Let's see whether it is 16 px. No, it is very less. It may be around the 10 px or something it is there. So when we don't put anything, what is the default value for word spacing? Let's see. So word spacing, I think word spacing normal is there. Okay, word spacing normal, yeah. So when it is normal, that is the default value. Okay, but when we put other values like 10 px, we're getting more space. When we are putting 30 px, we're getting more space. So this is the space between two words in an element. Okay, it can be paragraph, it can be anything, any element. Okay, fine. Then we come to the last text formatting CSS property, that is text shadow. What is the text shadow? So let me use this h1 for that. I'll remove the text decoration. Okay, and how does it look like? It looks like this. Okay, now what is text shadow? Text shadow means you can apply some shadow to this, but it has a very peculiar syntax. You need to remember that. Text shadow. Here we have basically 4 values. Okay, A, B, C, and D. What is A? A is known as horizontal offset. Okay, so let me first put something just randomly and show you what happens. 10 px, 10 px, only 10 px, 10 px I'll apply. Just see what happens. See this. Let me make the color as red and show you first. Okay, so okay, it is taking the same color from the parent, so let me put it as gray. Okay, fine. Now see, this red text is the original text and the gray text that we are getting is the shadow. Okay, shadow of that text. Can I change the color to a lighter shade? Yes. Okay, see this. Now we are getting a small shadow. Oh, it became too less. Okay, see this. We are getting a shadow for the text. Okay, now if you observe carefully, the text has moved little bit to the from the left, little bit from the top, little bit. Okay, from the left it has come to the right. That is known as horizontal offset. Okay, so if you see, if I put this first value is known as horizontal offset. If I make it a 0, it will come in line with the original text. See, just below the original text it is there. Okay, so if you increase this value, it will go to the right, keep on going to the right. From the left it is changing. Okay, if I make it 30, it will move 30 px from the left. Okay, this is how it is moved. Then what about the second value? Second value is moving from the top actually. So if I make it 0, it is at the top. From the top it is moving, that is vertical. Okay, So if I make it 10 px, it is coming 10 px down. If I make it 20 px, it is coming 20 px down. If I make it 30 px, it is coming 30 px down, like that. Okay. Now, and the third value that I've used is the color. So here any color you can use. You can use gray, you can use some blue color as well. Okay, let me use some blue color, blue colored shadow. Like this, we are getting blue colored shadow. And here I want to use 5 okay, 5 px. So I'm getting something like this. Okay, now there is also a fourth parameter in between. So this is the horizontal, this is the horizontal offset, vertical offset, and the color. So in between the vertical and the color, we have another value. Let's say 10 px. This is known as blur radius. When I apply 0 px, what is happening? There is no change because that is the default value. I am getting no blur. The shadow is having, it is not having any kind of blur. Okay, it is directly whatever text we are writing, that is coming there. So if I put here 10 px, what will happen? The shadow will blur now. See this? Shadow has gone too much. Let me make it 2 px. See this? It is having a blur effect. Okay. Can we make it 5 px? Yes. It is having little bit shadow like that. You can see it here. So the default value is 0, but when we keep on increasing it, let's say 1 px, it is getting little blur. 2 px, it is more blur, like that. So 3 px, I think 3 or 4 will look nice. Yeah, this is how it looks like. So this way you can apply shadow effects to your text. This is known as the text shadow property. Okay, this way you can put it. Okay, fine. Then what else we have? So this is all about text formatting. Okay, now we will go on to some other properties like border. Borders, we have borders in elements, so we'll apply those borders now. Okay. So how do we apply border? So let me apply the border on this H2 element. Okay. So we had the H2 element. Let's learn CSS. I'll apply borders on this. So let me remove this thing for now. I'll have the H2. Okay. On the H2, I'll apply a border, something like this. Border 1px solid. So let me see. We don't apply border, will not apply like this. Let us see step by step. We have a property called border style. Okay, border style. We have something like solid. What will happen now? Just see. Are we getting any border? Yes, we are getting a border. Border style solid. This property is enough to display a border. We have a lot of other border properties like border style, border width, border color, and border also. But those things are not mandatory to create a border. Border style alone is enough to create a border, because the other values, it is taking some default value for the other things. Like border width, it is taking it as 1px. Border color, it is taking it as black. Okay, black is coming from the font color itself. If the font color is red, this border will also become red. Okay, like that. Let me do something like color. That is, I'm applying color to the H2. If I make it red, the border is also becoming red. So the border is automatically taking the color from the font color. Okay, like that. Okay. Now, this is one thing, border style. So what different border styles we can have? We have this normal solid border. Now we have some other borders like dashed. So this is a dashed border, just like what we saw in underline. Okay, dashed border we have. You can see it properly, dashed border. Okay, then we have dotted border. This is a dotted border. Okay, the dotted border looks like this. Then what we have? We have the double border, just like double underline, we have double border. So this is having a double border. You can see it here. Okay, this is a double border. And the border is there from all sides, top, left, right, bottom, everywhere. And what about after the double, we have something called groove. Okay, border style groove. So what is this groove looking like? It is having something like this. Can you see? It is having some groove. Okay, it is a box kind of structure. Okay, then what else we have? After groove, we have something called ridge. So these are the different styles actually. No need to worry about much. So ridge is little bit different. So let me apply some color. Only then we will come to know about the difference between groove and ridge. Okay. So let me apply another property, that is the border color. So let me make it as border color red. Now let us go back to our groove property. Okay, how does the groove property look like? Now see, see this. This is the groove. Can you see how it looks like? It is like having a shape, and it is like a box. Okay, the groove. It is having a groove. This is known as groove. High to low, high and low things are there. Okay. Then we have the ridge. Ridge is exactly opposite of groove. It is like this. It is a low to high kind of thing. Little bit different. Okay. In the here the light color is outside, dark color is inside in the ridge, but in the groove the dark color is outside, light color is inside. Okay, that is opposite of groove. Groove and ridge are just opposite to each other. Then we have something called inset. What is this inset? See this? Inset is something like is having a dark color at the top and left, and the bottom and right are having a light color. Can you see? The red is lighted on the bottom and right, but top and left it is dark. Okay, this is known as inset. Again we have outset. Outset is again opposite of inset. So here light is on the top and right, and dark is on the right and bottom, like that. So these are the different border styles that we have in CSS. Okay, this way you can apply these styles. Now we have seen the border style, border color, and we also have something called the border width. So let me go back to the solid color, solid style, and let me apply. Let me not apply anything. How does it look like? Just see first. This look like a simple border. Okay. Now with 1 px, it is giving a border of width that is having 1 pixel. Okay. So this way you can increase the width. Okay. Then 3px will give you more thicker borders like this. 4 will give you more thick like this. Okay. So this way you can increase the border width like this. There is another thing. So we had to apply so many things: border style, border color, border width, so many things together. Instead of that, what you can do is you can use the shorthand property that is known as border. which will combine all these three things: border 2px solid red, or let's say solid blue. What will this do? This will combine. This is the border width property, this is the border style property, this is the border color property. Everything is clubbed together in this border property. Okay, save this, go to the browser, reload, so we get this. Okay, so here you can write, instead of solid you can write dashed, because this is the border style property, so you get a dashed border. Okay, you write here double and you make this 5px. Okay, and you make this something like lime, so you get this. Okay, you get something like this. So this way you can combine all those things together in this border property to get the desired output. Okay, so this is about border. Now there are some other things, like as I told you, we are getting border from all the sides. What do I do if I want only from one side? Let's see this. Let's go back to our examples, that is assignments. Here we have something in the box model. Mm, Something like this. How do I apply border like this? We have seen this border, we have seen this border also. But how to apply this kind of border? So this is nothing but it is having border only on the left side, not on the top, bottom, and right. How to apply that? So for that, what we need is, instead of writing it like this, I'll write border left 10px solid red. Okay, save this, go to the browser and reload. So we got this. Can you see? I got the same thing that we wanted. Border left 10px solid. Okay, like this you can change whatever you want. Okay, so instead of border left, if I write right, it will get the right border. Where the right border came? It came here, because it is an h1, it is a block level element, so it came here. If I write, instead of right, if I write top, I'll get like this. If I write bottom, I'll get something like this. Okay, this is the way to apply borders. What about this one? This is which kind of border? It is having a right and bottom, but it is left and bottom, but it is which border? This is a ridge, groove, or inset. Let's see, apply it and let's check. So border bottom 5px, instead of solid I'll use the groove, and let's see what we are getting. So we are getting something like this. Is it the same? No. We have to apply two borders. First thing, border bottom and border left 5px. So it is not solid. So I think this is inset. Okay, inset and a red. Save this, go to the browser and reload. So we got this. Can you see? This is what we wanted. This is the border that we wanted. So that is inset border, but only from the left and bottom, not from the top and right. Okay, this is how you can use this combinations, left, right, top, bottom, like that. All those combinations you can use. Okay. Anything else? No, no more borders. Okay, fine. Now we'll move on to our next topic, that is margins. What are margins? Margins are used for creating space between elements. Okay, so for that, let me create some elements, new elements. Let me remove all these things so that we can see how the margin works. Okay, so let's say I have a span. Span element is there, hello is there, and I have another span which is having welcome. Okay, so how does this look like? Looks like this, hello and welcome. Okay, now I want some space between the hello and welcome. So what do I do? Because they are elements where we will apply margin to them. Margins will allow us to apply or have space between two elements. Okay, now how do I apply the margin? Again, there are different syntax of using the margin. So let me show you. So first thing is, here to get the space between these two elements, what I can do? I can do two things, any one of them. What I can do is, I can either apply margin right to hello. If I apply margin right to hello, it will get some space to the right of hello, and the welcome will be pushed there, and it will create a gap. That is one option. Or we can do one thing, we can apply margin left to welcome so that here some space will be created. So both the things will do the same. Either you apply margin right to hello, or you apply margin left to welcome. Anything is fine. Okay, so let me apply margin right to hello. Okay, fine. Now what is hello? So I'll name it as span id is equal to hello. Okay, and the styling, what I'll write, I'll write hash hello, and here I'll write margin right is 50px. Save all files, go to the browser, reload. So we got the gap here. Okay, now the same thing can be done with welcome. So instead of doing this, what I can do, I can create one id here. This is welcome. So instead of applying margin right to hello, what I can do is I can apply margin left to welcome. Okay, margin left to welcome. So this will do this. So what happened? Margin left, okay, not saved. Okay, the same thing has happened when we apply margin left to welcome. So either you apply margin right to hello or left to welcome. That is fine. So what element do I want to use? H1 is enough, I think. Yeah, I'll use a H1. I'll write hello, and I'll put here H1. Just see this, how it is looking. What happened now? Okay, see this hello. It is having margin top, nothing is there. Okay, margin top is actually, it is getting it from default. When we don't apply any margin, this hello element is having a margin at the top and bottom. Can you see? It is always having a margin at the top and bottom, but we can change that top and bottom margin. How? By applying here. So let's say I apply margin top as 100px. Now what will happen? It is getting a margin of 100px. Let me make it to 40px. Okay, so this is the margin the H1 is getting from the top, but from the left and right it doesn't have anything. From the left and right it is not having anything, but from the bottom also it is having some default margin. Okay,
even that value we can change. So margin bottom is, let's say, this is also 40 px. Okay, now I can see this having equal margin from top and bottom. Now from the left and right also I can apply some margin. Margin left is also, let's say, 40 px. So we are getting 40 from left, and from the right also I can apply margin right. This can be 40 px. Okay, now you can see it is getting equal margin from all the sides. Okay, now if you observe carefully what we did here, we applied equal margin from all the sides. So when we have equal margin from all the sides, you don't need to write it so separately like this. Okay, so what you can do is you can use a shorthand property, that is a single line property, that is margin. If I apply margin 40 px only, if I write like this, that means apply 40 px from all sides. So top, bottom, left and right, it will have 40 40 40 40. Okay, and you can also use it to change the left right values. So see here, I write 10 px, 20 px, 30 px and 40 px. If I write like this, what is the meaning? It is starting from always from the top. Margin top is 10 px, margin it is in the clockwise direction. After top it will be right, then bottom, then left. Okay, save it, go to the browser, reload. So you can see here from the top it is 10, from the right it is 20, from the bottom it is 30, and from the left it is 40. Okay, so it goes in clockwise direction. This is when you have 4 values. You can put 4 values like this. So whenever you are writing 4 values, if you write margin 50 px, margin 20, margin 60 and margin 20. So what is the meaning? That means from the top it is 50 px, from the right it is 20 px, from the bottom it is 60 px, and from the left it is 20 px. So this is how it looks like. Okay, fine. Now this is about 4 values, but we can also have 3 values like this. What is the meaning of these 3 values? Just see this, what it is showing. It is showing 50 from the top, left and right 20 20, and 60 from the bottom. So when we have 3 values, the middle value will be taken as left and right. This first value will be for the top, second value will be for left and right, and third value will be for bottom. Okay, when we have 4 values, first value is top, second value is right, third value is bottom, and fourth value is left. But when we have 3 values, it is top, left, right and bottom. Second value is left, right. Okay, then what about 2 values? We can even put 2 values. Okay, 2 values means top, first value is for top and bottom, second value is for left and right. Okay, so second value is for left and right. So equal values for left and right, equal values for top and bottom. And single value we have already seen. When we write single value, that is 50 px from all sides, top, bottom, left and right. Okay, fine. Now now what is next? So this is about margins. In the same way, margins, we have paddings. Okay, what is padding? Padding is used for creating space between border and the content. So let me first apply a border to this H1. Okay, so border to px solid red. Okay, when I apply this 2px solid red, what happened? I'm getting this. Okay, so what I was saying is the padding will help us to create space between the border and the content. What is the content? This hello text is the content, and we can see now there is no space between the content and the border. Okay, this blue part, you can see this is the content, and it is not having any space. It is directly sticking to the red border. So create some space there. We can use padding. Again, padding is also having the same syntax like margin. Okay, so if I apply padding to this, let's say padding 20px, if I apply like this, what will happen? It will get padding 20px from all the sides, top, bottom, left and right. So it is getting like this. Okay, you can see the green part, that is the padding. The blue part is the content, green part is the padding. The border will be shown in whatever color you apply. Here I have applied red, so border is coming as red, and the margin is coming as some brownish orange color. Okay, we have four things here: margin, border, padding and content. Okay, till now. Okay, there may be more things, we'll see that. Okay, fine. Now padding, when I apply one value, when I apply two values, let's say padding 20px and 10px, what will be the meaning? The meaning is 20px from top and bottom, 10px from left and right. So this is what we are getting: top and bottom 20px, left and right 10px. Then again 20, 10 and 30px, what is the meaning? 20 from top, 10 from left and right. Second value will be for left and right, and 30 for bottom. Okay, save it, go to the browser, reload. So you can see here 20 from top, 10 from left and right, and 30 from bottom. Okay, and what about four values? When we put four values, we can put whatever we want. So 20, 10, 30 and let's say 40. So what will be happening here? 20 from top, 10 from right, 30 from bottom and 40 from left. So this is what we get. Okay, so same as margin. Okay, fine. Then what we have is now we'll go for height and width. Okay, now let's see. And one more thing here, whatever so here height and width, before going into height and width, let me tell you something. Here we have seen four things like margin, border, padding and content. This whole structure is known as box model. So any element we create in HTML is always in the structure of a box. What is the box model? Box model means the margin, border, padding along with the content is known as a box model. Okay, that means every element in HTML resembles a box that consists of margin, border, padding and the content. Okay, that is known as box model. Okay, now we'll discuss about the height and width properties in CSS. So let me take a div, and to this div let me add an ID. To this D1 ID, let me add some styles, right? So when I don't apply anything, it is blank. Okay, there is nothing. So if I apply some border,
border 1px solid black. Now what will happen? Even now I cannot see anything. I can see just the single line which is going from left to right, but it has no width, and actually width is 100% because as I have used the div is a block level element, so it will always have width 100%, but there is no height, so that's why it is not coming up in the browser. So, and the border is looking thick. Why? Because there is no height, that's why the top border and bottom border are overlapping with each other, and it is looking like 2 pixels. Okay, there is 1 plus 1, so it is becoming 2. Okay, now let me apply some height. So height we can apply as pixels. Okay, let's say 500 px. Apply height like this, get a 500 pixels height. Div. In the same way, we can apply the width as well. Width is, let's say, 800 px. Okay, this is a div with 500 pixels height and 800 pixels width. Now, this height and width I have specified in pixels, but this can be done using other units as well. Instead of pixels, you can write percent also. So let's say if I write width equal to, so percent values will be from 0 to 100 normally, isn't it? So if I put 100%, that means it will take the total width of the viewport, your screen size. Okay, if you put 200%, it will be double the screen size, so it will be like 2 screens. Okay, it is going up to 2 screen width. In the same way, if I put here 50%, what will happen? It will be half of the screen size. Okay, half of the screen. Now, in the same way, height also you can apply it as percent value. So if I put 100%, it will be 100% of the height. Okay, and if I put 50%, so our screen height it is coming. So 50% and 50% of the screen height. Okay, and this is how we use the percent value. But these both pixel and percent has their own uses. In some places, you will be using the pixels. In some places, the percent value is more necessary. Okay, so it will be according to the situation where what you are doing. Okay, now so let me use pixels for now. Okay, so let me put some pixel values like height is 100 px, width is 250 px. Now it is looking like this. So if I inspect this box, I can see what is the width and height I am getting there. I am able to see that the width it is showing me as 252 pixels. And the height has come as 102 pixels. It is showing me like this. But I have applied 100 pixel and 250 pixel height and width. But I can get 2 pixels. I can see I am getting 2 pixels extra in the total width. Why this is happening? This is because of the border. Because the border width also gets added up to the total width. Okay, this is the width of the division. and this is the border width. All these things will add up to give you the total width of the element. Okay, so that's why what is happening here till now, the left border left left border plus uh, that is the width, whatever width, this is known as content width. Okay, content width plus the right border is equal to the total width. Okay, is equal to the total width. Then what is happening to the height? Height I have applied 100 px, but I am getting height as 102 pixels. That means in the height what is happening, the top border, here also the border is getting added up, so top border plus content height plus bottom border is equal to total height. Okay. This is the case with borders. Now let us apply some margin and padding and see what happens. Are they also changing the height and width? Let's see them. So let me apply a margin, which is, let's say, 30 px. Okay, so what do I get this? So if I point my mouse over here, I can see there is no change in the height and width. Okay, it was 252 into 102 in the previous case. Till now, even after applying the margin, the height and width is same. So margin doesn't affect the total width and height of an element. Okay, then let's see the padding. Padding 20 px I am applying. Save it, go to the browser, reload it. What has happened now? Now I can see the width and height has increased. It has become 292 and 142. Width has become 292 px and height has become 142 px. So what is happening? The left padding and the right padding are getting added to the total width of the element, and the top padding and the top bottom padding are getting added to the total height of the element. Okay. So what will happen to our equation that we wrote? Left border plus left padding plus content width plus right padding plus right border is equal to total width. Okay, that is true for any element. In the same way, for the height, top border plus top padding plus content height plus bottom padding plus bottom border is equal to total height. So this is how it is getting calculated. So what is happening here for our div? If I write here, let me write the total width. So total width is equal to left border. What is left border? 1 px plus left padding. What is the left padding? 20 px plus content width. Content width is 250 px. Then plus right padding. Right padding means again 20 px. Then right border. Right border is 1 px. So this is equal to how much? 1 plus 20 is 21. 21 plus 250 is 271. 271 plus 20 is 291. 291 plus 1 is 292. So 292 px. So this is the height, width we are getting 292 px. Okay. Now what about the height? Top border is 1 px plus top padding is 20 px plus content height is 100 px, then plus bottom padding is 20 px plus bottom border is 1 px. So this is equal to how much? 1 plus 20 is 21, 21 plus 100 is 121, 121 plus 20 is 141, right? And 141 plus 1 is 142, right? So are we getting? Yes, 142 px we are getting. Okay, fine. So this is how height and width gets affected by border and padding. Okay, so this way you can say that border padding and the content width or height makes up the total height and width of an element. Okay, now let us see what is happening when we didn't apply the padding. What was happening? The box size was small. When we applied the padding, the box size is becoming big. Okay, so this can be a problem sometimes. When I want the box to be of fixed size, I am applying the width and height so that it will be fixed, right? But the padding, border, these all are making the box big. Okay, so if this becomes a problem, see, so it may not be a problem always, but if this is creating a problem for you, then what you can do is you can use the box sizing property. There's a property called box sizing. So let me create two boxes. So same box, I'll just copy it below, but with a different ID, D2. Okay, and in the D2, I'll have the same styles, but with a different box sizing property value. So let me copy this and paste it here. Okay, so how does it look like? It looks like this, two boxes of the same width and height. Okay, same width and height, same padding, same margin, same border width, everything same. So now they're looking same, but as I told you, if the enlarging of the box is creating a problem, you can use the box sizing property. So what happens is box sizing property has a value content box by default. Okay, so that's why if I apply this value, there is no change. Content box means it will adjust according to the content, and padding and border will be added up accordingly to the total width and height. So this will always become larger and larger as long as you keep on adding the paddings and borders. Okay, now to the second box, what I'll do is I'll apply a different value. Box sizing, I'll apply border box. Now first see, before applying this, what is the width and height we are getting? To this box, I'm getting, in this box, I'm getting 292 into 142, and this is also 292 into 142. So the paddings and borders are getting added. Okay, fine. So here what I'll apply is the second box, I'll apply border box. Now see what will happen. When I apply this border box, the second box has become small. What is the size now of the second box? It is showing me 250 into 100. That means width is 250 px, height is 100 px. That is the width and height that we had applied earlier. Okay, so it is not changing the original size. So it is preserving the original height and width of the element. Okay, so it is not getting affected by the padding and border. So what is happening, if you notice carefully, here the content size, that is the blue box, the content size is very big. Here content size has adjusted according to the border. Okay, it is not fixed, the content size has become small, so it is getting affected by because of the padding and border, and it is adjusting according to the border. So here the border will always be at the specified height and width. Okay, even the border thickness is also not getting added up here, not even border, not even padding, not even anything. Okay, so this is how you can use the box sizing property to um, avoid these kind of problems. Okay, fine. Now we have something called an outline. Okay, we had the border. Just like the border, we have another thing called outline. It is very much similar to the border. Let me show you. This outline. Outline is, let's say I write 5px solid red. So let's see how does it look like. To the first box I have applied the outline. So if you see, the outline has come outside the border. The black line is the border. Outside the border, the outline has come up. Okay. So, and what about the width and height? Let's check. So there is no change in the width and height. So the outline will not add up to the width and height of an element, and it will always come outside the border. Okay. So that is just a small thing to be known. So all these things, whatever we have seen till now, border, margin, padding, height, width, okay, outline, all these things make up the, it is known as box model. They all make up the box model. That is known as the box model. In HTML or CSS, whatever you say, all elements are in the form of a box where all these things are there: border, margin, padding, height, width, outline. Okay, this is known as the box model. In the extreme outside, the brown part that we can see is the margin, that red line is the outline, black line is the border, green part is padding, and blue part is the content. Okay, this is how the box model works. Okay, fine. Now we have something called box shadow. So let me go here and show you something. What is box shadow? So here, for example, this, how to achieve this kind of thing. Okay, this is known as box shadow. To the whole box they're applying some shadow. So how to achieve this kind of thing? Let me show you. Let me take this second box where we had box sizing border box, and let me apply the box shadow to this second box. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll apply some background color. So background color, I'll apply something like this. So I get a box like this, and let me apply some box shadow to this. So this box shadow property takes a lot of values, 5 values to be precise: A, B, C, D, E, 5 values. Okay, what is A? A is known as the horizontal offset. That is horizontally how much shadow, how much you want to move the shadow. Okay, so I say that I don't want to move the shadow anywhere, so I put it as 0px. Okay, then comes vertically, how much do you want to move the shadow? So second value is the vertical offset. So here also I can put it as 0px. We'll see. We'll put 0px first to the horizontal and vertical values, and later on we'll change the value and see how it is getting affected. Third value is known as the blur radius. So how much the shadow, when it is very sharp, there is no blur. When the shadow is not sharp, when the shadow is far away, it gets blurred. So how much blur you want? So let's say I am writing here 10px blur should be there. Fourth value is known as the spread. How much the shadow will spread. So that means I want to show it in a small space, or I want to show it, spread it to a big surface. So let's say here also I'll put it as something like 20px. And lastly, the color of the shadow they're asking for. Last value is the color. So let's say I want to shadows will be in gray color or something, so I'll put a gray color. So I've saved this, and 0 0 10 20 gray. Let's see how does it look like. So it is looking like this. It is having a shadow like this. Okay, now let me change the values one by one. Okay, so when I put in the horizontal, when I put instead of 10, when I put 30px, what will happen? It will move 30px in the horizontal axis. That means from the left to right, it will move, the shadow will move to the right little bit. How much? 30px. See this. The shadow is moved 30px to the right. Okay. In the same way, we have the vertical offset. In the vertical offset also, if I apply 30px, that means it will move 30px in the y-axis from the top to bottom. Okay, so it will move down now. The shadow will move down like this. Okay, then what else we have? We have the blur radius. Blur radius, I have put it as 10px. Okay, how much blur it should have? Okay, so that I can change it to, let's say, if I make it 0px, what will happen? There will be no blur radius. It will be very sharp like this. Okay, it is a sharp shadow. So to increase the blur, we need to have some value like 5px, 10px, anything. Okay, let's say I put here, okay, 5px, or if I put it 50px, it will be too much blur like this. Okay, fine. So I'll go with 10px. That is a good value. Okay, fine. Then comes the spread. How much it should spread? So now it is 20px, so that's why it is spreading up to here. If I make it a 0px, see how does it look like? It looks like this. It is not spreading. It is compact. Okay, it is not spreading, so it is staying at that place. So if you increase the value like 30px, you'll get a, you will get a spreaded shadow like this. Okay, so I can put it at 5px, and it looks like this. And lastly, the color. So color, you can change it to anything. If you put a red color, you will get red color. If you put black color, you will get a black color. Any kind of shadow you can get. Okay, so you can put it something like this, and we get a gray colored shadow. Fine. This is how the box shadow can be applied. So if you want to make something like this, then we just need to change the horizontal and vertical values. So let's say horizontal value, I'll make it as 10px. Vertical value is also around 20px. Then how does it look like? It looks like this. Okay, and we can increase the blur spread. Instead of 5, let me put it at 20. Is looking like this, or maybe around 10 is enough. Yes, and this is the, that is the blur radius. Let me put it at 5 pixels. Okay, so blur radius, I have to keep it more. Hmm, something like this. Okay, so this same behavior, if you apply to a big box like this, you will get the similar output. Okay, fine. Then now let me show you something more. So we have seen the height, width, box model, everything, right? Now let me try to create some layouts. Okay, all this was about the box model, box shadows. This was all related to box. Okay, now let us try to create some layouts. Okay, so what is layout? Layout is something which helps us to organize the items in a web page. Okay, so let's say we want something like um, okay, let me show you something first. I want one image and some text side by side. Okay, so how do I do that? Let's say I have an image, and let me take an image from somewhere. Let's say I want to show you a fruits image. Okay, so I can take this image, save images, and save this in our same folder. So I'll make it fruits.jpg. Okay, fine. Now let me use that image. So fruits.jpg. Okay, and I have one paragraph here, let's say. So in the paragraph, let me put some text. So I can put it from anywhere. Let's say okay. Let me get some text from here. I'll go to CSS basic, and let me take some text from. So there a big okay, I'll take this. So we have some text as now. How does it look like? This page looks like this, but I don't want something like this. I want this text to come to the beside the image. So what do I do for that? How can it be done? So for that, what I'll be using here is something called float. Okay, first thing is, why this text is not coming here? This is because this paragraph is an inline element. Sorry, this paragraph is a block level element, and the image is an inline element. So the image is ready to allow the paragraph to come here, but the paragraph is a block level element and it is not ready to share the space with other elements. Okay, so the paragraph wants to occupy the whole width of the viewport. Okay, so now how can we do that? What can be done is we can apply this CSS float property to this image, so that what will happen, the image will float. Because if the image is not there, how it will look like? If the image is not there, it looks like this. The text has come up, right? But because of the image, the text is not coming up. So what I can do is I can make the image float. So what will happen? The image will be floating on the web page. So it will not appear that the image is taking up some space, and the text will automatically move up because the image is not on the web page. So when we apply float, what will happen? The image will come out of the document. Actually, it will be floating above the document. It will be not in the document. Now what is the situation? The image is inside the web page and the paragraph is also inside the web page. But when I apply float to the image, the image will come out of the web page. It will be floating on top of the web page. So it will not disturb the paragraph. So let us apply that. So in the image, so let me remove all the styles. So in the image, I'll apply float left. I want the image on the left, right? So I am applying float left. Save this and reload. So what did we get? The image is floating on the web page and the text has gone to the right. Okay, this is how you can apply float on the image to create this kind of layout. So in the paragraph, you can apply some margin if you want. So paragraph margin left will give you some 50 px margin. Oh, so it is not getting. Why it is not getting? Because as I told you, the image is floating on the web page. So we are not getting that space because it is applying the margin, but it is below the image. If you see, if I inspect this, we are having a margin. Can you see? It is below the image. It is coming here. Okay, so that's why we are not getting that gap. Okay, what will happen if I apply it to the image? Will it change anything? If I apply margin right to the image, is it changing anything? Yes, it is changing. So image is on top of the document, that's right. But when I apply the margin, it is getting applied. Okay, so this way you can create this kind of image, this kind of layouts. So let me apply the margin like 0 and 50 px. What will be the meaning of this? Top and bottom will get a 0 px margin and left and right will get 50 px margin. So now what I'll do is, oh sorry, what happened? Margin, yeah, margin, only margin, not margin right. Yeah, fine. So this is how the layout looks like. Now instead of applying float left, if I apply float right, the image will move to the right. Okay, so this is how the float works. You can apply it to the left, you can apply it to the right, anything like that. There are no top bottom values are not there, but left and right are there. Left, right, and none. If you apply none, there will be no float. So let me apply here none. So there is no floating behavior. It is just like the normal flow. Paragraph is coming below. That's it. That's it for float. But this float is not to be used much. Okay, it will affect a lot of other things if you use it in the wrong situation. So that's why we have some better ways to create this kind of layouts in CSS. This kind of layout can be achieved by other ways, not by the float. Float can be used sometimes. That is okay, but it should not be used always. Okay, so let's see some other ways to create such kind of layouts. Now, before going into that, we have to understand how, before understanding how to create this layout, we have to understand how these elements are behaving. This is a paragraph element, this is an image element. We have to understand how these elements behave in the browser. First thing is, this paragraph is a block level element and the image is an inline element. So let me show you. First, I'll remove all these styles. We don't need anything. I just want to place the image and the paragraph. That's it. Okay. So it looks like this. So what are some of the block level elements? We have h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, h6. These are all block level elements. Then we have the paragraph element, P. Then we have the div element, division, div. Then we have the UL, unordered list, ordered list. These are all block level elements. And what about inline elements? We have images, we have span. Okay, these are all inline elements. So okay, so in the image, alt is used. So here you can see the alt. This is used for alternate text. So let me write here. So let me not write here anything. And if my image src is wrong, what will happen? Instead of fruits, I wrote fruit. There is no image. Okay, but this alt, meaning of this alt is, when the image is not loaded, you should show some text relating to that. That means description of that image. What is that image? So if I write here fruits, what will happen now? It is showing me the alt text. The image is not loaded, but the image was actually of fruits. So it is showing me that here. So in the alt, whatever you write, it will come there. Fruits image, if I write, if the picture is not loaded, it will show you there. Okay, fine. Okay, so those so we were discussing about the block level elements and inline elements. So div and all are div, paragraph, h1, h2, these are all block level elements, whereas span, image, all these are inline elements. Now we will be working with mostly block level elements in creating web pages, because we'll be having the div element. Div elements are used so much that they can't be avoided. So if we are working with block level elements, how do we create this kind of layouts? That is side by side layout. That is not possible, right? If we have this kind of layout, and if we want to achieve side by side behavior, how do you convert this block level? That means these are block level elements, paragraph, h1, h2. You can't do anything. Let me change the layout. We have another paragraph here. Okay, so in this paragraph, let me put some text. This part I will put it here. So I have two paragraphs now, and they look like this. Two paragraphs are there, but I want to place them side by side or something like. So for that, we have to understand their behavior. So block level elements can be converted to inline elements using CSS. Okay, block level elements can be converted to inline elements using CSS, and also inline elements can be converted to block level elements in CSS. So let me see them one by one.
And before that, you need to know some things. Let us take a block level element and inline element. So let's say I have a div. Inside the div, I write hello, and I have one span where it is written edupoly. So what is the div? The div is a block level element and the edupoly is an inline element. They are placed one after the other, not side by side. Why? Because the hello is a block level element and the edupoly is inline element. Now, let me apply some border to both of them. Div border 1px solid black, and same I want to apply to the p as was it p or span? Span. Okay, span. So border 1px solid black. Now what do I get? I get borders like this. The hello is getting a full width border because it is a block level element, it is occupying the whole space, so it is like that. And span is an inline element, so it is not occupying the whole width. If you inspect it, you can see like this is the thing we can see. Now let me try to apply some height and width to the elements. Okay, so to the div I apply height as 100 px and width as 200 px. Okay, how does it look like? It looks like this because the height and width has changed of the div. Now same thing I'll apply to the span. So what will happen now? So there is no change. Why? Because inline elements cannot have height and width. Okay, inline elements, here also it is showing some warning. Okay, so what is it saying? Inline property prevents height from having an effect. Okay, fine. So whatever inline elements we have, like anchor tags, we have anchor tags which are inline elements. Let me create an anchor tag. Anchor tag href is equal to edupoly.com. Okay, if I do this and I write here edupoly, what will happen? If I apply some width and height to this, height, so same properties I'll apply. So there is no change, there is no height and width applied to this edupoly text. That is because it is not it is an inline element. Okay, and we can't apply height and width to an inline element. Now this hello is a block level element, so it is not letting the edupoly, the span and the anchor tag to come to its side because it is a block level element. But we can convert this block level element into an inline element. Okay, so let me show you what will happen when I make this an inline element. So into the div I'll apply display using the display property. We have a CSS property called display. So here in the display value I'll put it as inline. So the moment I apply inline, what will happen? Display inline, it will become an inline element. So its behavior will change from block level to inline.
So what will happen if I do this? It will be, it will let the span and anchor tag to come to its side. That is one point. And second point is, it will lose its height and width, because we know that inline elements will not have the height and width. So save this and go to the browser and reload. We can see the hello has become small. That means it has lost its height and width. Why? Because I have applied display inline. Okay, and because of the display inline, also one more thing has happened, that is the span and anchor tags have moved to the side. Okay, so this way, in the same way, we can even convert the inline elements to block level elements. So to the span, if I apply display block, what will happen? It will become a block level element. So you can see the span has become a block level element, and it has got the height and width. Why? Because it was not getting the height and width earlier, because it was an inline element. But now I have converted the inline element to block level element, so it got the height and width applied to it. Okay, same thing can be done for the anchor tag, and also it is not letting any element come on its side because it is a block level element. Okay, but this hello and edupoly are inline elements now, so they will allow things to sit beside them. So in the same way, if I apply display block to the anchor tag, so this will also become a block level element. Okay, so this is how it works. Now when I have all this as inline, so these are already inline, so if I remove the display block, they become inline, so they are placed side by side. But when I'm applying this height and width, it is not getting applied, isn't it? So that means we can't apply the height and width to inline elements, but that is again not looking good. That means we want boxes side by side, but with the boxes I want some height and width also, and I want to place them side by side. Then what do I do? Then we have a solution for that. We have another display property value. Instead of inline and block, we have something called inline block. That is known as inline block. When we apply this inline block property, which is having both the behavior of inline and block. Okay, so what behaviors they have? So when we apply inline block, it will let other elements to place sit side by side, and also we can apply the height and width. Okay, in display inline there will be no height and width, but when it is display inline block, you can apply height and width also, and you can put two elements side by side also. Let's see. So when I save this and go to the browser, what has happened? The h1, what was a div element, hello div element has become inline, so it is allowing the IDO poly both the anchor tag and span tag to sit beside it, and also it has got the height and width. So in the same way, if I apply the display inline block to the other two elements, I'll get the height and width as well, and they will be placed side by side. So they are having both the properties of inline and block elements. Okay, so this is how we can place something side by side. So if you want to place something side by side, you should use this display inline block instead of the float property. Okay, float left, float right, instead of those things, we can use this one. Okay, fine. Now now let us see some things. We have some text inside the boxes, right? So let me increase the text and let's see what happens. So let me put some more text, like I will take this whole text and put it inside the div. So let's see what will happen. So I put some long text inside the div. Okay, fine. The height and width of the div is fixed, right? So what will happen? Let's see. So it has become like this. So if the content is more, it is coming out of the div. This is known as overflow. Okay, this is known as overflow. So we have a CSS property called overflow, which can be adjusted to avoid this kind of behavior. Okay, here either you can do one thing. In this situation, you can do a very simple fix will be to apply, instead of height 100 px, you can apply auto. What will happen? It will automatically adjust according to the text. This is one way that is there. Okay, but if let's say you can't change the height, you have to fix it at 100 px, then what to do? Suppose the requirement is that you cannot change the height, then what can be done? So for that we need the overflow property. So what will this overflow property do? So this overflow property has default value as visible. Okay, overflow visible, if you apply, it will not get any change because it is the default value. But what can be done? If you apply hidden, overflow hidden, then what will happen? The remaining text will be hidden. Okay, that is one possibility. Or you have some other values like overflow scroll. What will happen here? It will have a scroll bar like this, so that it will the text is hidden, the height and width is fixed, text is hidden, and you can scroll whenever you want. This is also possible. Okay. And there is another value called auto. So let's see this. Now what happens when you apply scroll? First thing is, when you apply the scroll, there will always be a scroll bar, even if there is no text. Let me make it only one high, then also the scroll bar is present. Can you see? Here we don't need the scroll bar, isn't it? When we apply scroll, overflow scroll, what is happening? When the text is more, it is showing us the scroll bar. But when the text is small, even then the scroll bar is being shown. That is not needed. So for that, what we can do is, we can apply, instead of scroll, I can apply auto. So when I apply auto, what will happen? It will not have the scroll bar by default, but when the text is more, let's say I increase the text now, it will automatically get the scroll bar. Okay, it will automatically get the scroll bar, and when the text is small, it will remove the scroll bar. Okay, this is how the overflow property works. Okay, it is directly related to the height, width of element and the content. Okay, fine. Now we were working on block level elements, inline block elements. Now let us try to create some layouts using those block level and inline elements. Okay, so let me have some boxes. Div, I have a div here, so I'll apply some height and width to this. Another div I'll apply height and width. So these two divs, I'll name them as class equal to box, class equal to box. Okay, so I'll apply the same styles to these boxes. I can use this same style. I'll remove the overflow. I'll have the inline block, and here I'll apply it as box. Okay, border 1px solid, height is 100px, width is 200px, and display inline block. So what will happen? They will be placed side by side like this. Okay. Now this way you can have as many boxes you want. So I can get boxes like this. Okay, fine. Now the width is coming. Oh, how much width I have applied? I have applied 200px, right? But we have seen that we can also apply percent values, isn't it? We can apply percent values as well. If I make it as 5%, what will happen? It will, each box will have 5% of the total width of the screen. Okay, this is how you can create side by side boxes, and we are applying the percent values for the width. Okay, now if I have two boxes only, let's say two boxes only, and if I apply 50% width to both of them, that means they should apply, and it should be applied like this. 50% means the first box should occupy half of the width, and the second box should occupy half of the width, right? So that means in the screen I should see two boxes side by side with 50% width. That will make up the total 100%, right? So let me apply that. So let me make the width as 50%. An inline block is there, and save this and go to the browser. What happened? They didn't come side by side. But why? Why did it happen? That is because of this thing. See this. When I have 5% or anything, any percent width, when I'm placing two boxes side by side, there is a small gap between them. This small gap is creating the problem. No doubt the two boxes, when I apply 50%, they are occupying 100%, but that extra space is making it 100% plus something. So it is coming down. It is not able to, it is not, the total is becoming more than 100%. So it is coming down. Okay. So for that, what can be done is we can apply a margin to both of them, a negative margin minus 2px for both the boxes. So now what will happen? It has come like this. Okay, if you apply margin 1px, it will not work. It will still have some gap. Okay, like margin 4px again will become little bit more. Now what is happening? When I am applying margin 4px, it is actually overlapping. It is going beyond. Okay, so you can see here margin 10px. How does it behave? Negative margins, how do they behave? See this. What is happening here? Just wait. Margin 10px is, it is overlapping the other box. Okay, so it is going inside the other box. So that's not what we want. We just want to merge them side by side. That means gap should be 0. So when I apply minus 1px, what happens? I get they have collapsed, but still some small space is there. So instead of minus 1, when I apply minus 2, actually minus 2 is enough for any kind of elements. So they are now merged with each other, and the thickness is looking like 2px border. Okay, because 1px plus 1px. So it is side by side. It is perfectly placed side by side. Okay. Now this thing, same thing, I'll do it, but I'll use the 50% width. Now what will happen? They will be placed side by side like this. Okay, this is what we wanted actually. It is exactly half of the screen width. Okay, 50%, 50%. This way you can create different containers. Like let's say, let me create 3 containers, and I want to apply. If 3 containers are there, I have to divide the screen into 3 parts, right? So 33.33%. So I apply. I can get, okay, again, actually, let me put 33 only. So I'm getting this kind of thing. Okay, 3 parts it is divided. Then if it is 4 screens, 4 boxes, then 25%. So 25% I have to put 4 boxes. So I'll get, so what is stopping it from having that? Maybe the margin is creating the issue. Okay, like this. So you need to adjust it sometimes, this minus negative margin value according to your requirement. Okay, why this has become 3? I need to place 3px because when there was 2 boxes, so here some extra spaces are coming here. Here 1px in the beginning, here 2px, here 2px, here 2px, here 1px. Total 8 pixels are more now in the total width. Along with this 25%, 25%, 100% plus 8px extra is there. That's why I needed to put -3. So now if you keep on increasing the number of boxes, okay, so how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 means each box should be 10%, right? 10%, but they will not come 10%. Okay, now it is working fine with the 3px, but that will not work for 1px or 2px. 2px may create, yeah, see, 2px is creating the problem because of the more margins. So you need a 3px margin here. Okay, like that. But don't make sure you don't make it more, like don't put it like 5px unnecessarily, because this will overlap the things. You can see they are overlapping. Even the 4px will overlap here. Okay, so we can see here 3px is perfect for this situation. Okay, mostly 2px will work, but sometimes you may need to use this 3px. Okay, fine. This way we can place them side by side. Okay. now let us go back to the example where we use the float. Okay, let us try to create that again, but using display inline block and negative margin. Okay, so what we will do is, we had here one image, and what was that image? fruits.jpg. I'll use an alt text, fruits, and I had the paragraph. So in the paragraph I can put some text like this. Okay, so how does it look like? Looks like this. I want to place the text beside the image. So what I can do, I can just apply inline block, display inline block. So what happened? To the P, when I applied display inline block, what happened? Why did it not come beside the P? That is maybe because of that margin issue. So we have to apply some width as well. Okay. So now let me do one thing. We'll apply width to both of them. So for the image, let me apply some width. Let's say, so how much parts I want to divide the screen. So just like we applied width in the earlier cases, right? 10%, 5% like that. So I will make it like 40% and 60%, for example, or 30%, 70%. Okay. So to the image, I'll apply width as 30%, and to the paragraph, I'll apply width as how much? 70%. Now let's see, are we getting the output? We are still not getting the output. Why? Because of that margin issue. So what I have to do is to both of them, I will apply margin minus 2px, and to this also I'll apply margin minus 2px. Now just see what happens. Now they are coming side by side. Okay, they are coming side by side to each other. So this is the desired output we want. We can create any kind of layout using this display inline block property. So again, if you use display inline, it will create a problem because of the height and width. We cannot apply height and width. So we are applying display inline block. Okay. So always use display inline block wherever you want this kind of layout behavior. Okay, fine. Now let us see something. Now what is happening here? Do we have any assignments here? Let's see them. So we'll try to create some layout from here, basic layout. So height and width. So let us create this thing. How we can create this thing? Okay. So this is nothing but two divs with different widths and display inline block. So div, first div is written first div, another one we have second div. Okay, so to these divs, what do I apply? Div apply width as, let's say, 300px, and display inline block. So they look like this, and we apply some border as well. Border 1px solid. Okay, so this is the desired output, and we can see there is a gap in between. That is because of the display inline block, which we can reduce by using negative margin. Okay, if we want. If you don't want, then it is okay. If you want a gap, let it be like that, or if you want more gap, you can apply margin as well. So here, if I apply margin 20px, what will happen? This will increase the gap. See, it is increasing the gap. Okay, margin, padding, everything you can apply on this actually. So margin and also padding, let's say 5px and 10px. That means 5px from top and bottom, 10px from left and right. So we get this kind of boxes. Okay, fine. Then this one we have already seen how we can create. So this is little bit different. Convert each list item into inline block element. So let me create a list. So this is looking like a menu bar. How to create this kind of menu bar? So let us take one UL, that is unordered list. Unordered list I have, and inside this I have home, products, products, about us, and contact us. Okay, so how do they look like? They look like this, but as I told you, the unordered list is an block level element, and also the li are also list items. These are also inline block level elements. Okay, so what do I do here is, in the li, if I apply display inline block, what will happen? See this. Two things have happened. They have become inline block element. Also the dot, that bullet has been removed. Okay, so here I can apply some border is 1px solid. I get something like this. So this is the thing, right? And we can apply some width as well. So let me apply some width as well. Width is, let's say, 150 px. We got something like this. So this is what we wanted. Okay. So this way you can use an unordered list to create a nav bar for any application. Okay, fine. Then this thing. Let us make this kind of layout now. How to do this kind of thing? Okay, fine. So we already have the unordered list. Along with that, I'll have one box like this. Okay, logo box. So it is a div where I'll write something like logo. Okay, fine. And let me apply the styles. So to the in the logo, what will happen? They are making it as a square. Can you see? So square means it will have equal height and width. So height is, let's say 100 px. Width is also 100 px, and one border will be there, one px solid. Okay, so how does it look like? It looks like this. Now we have to apply. We have applied the inline block to li, but not to the ul, right? Ul is the parent. Because ul is still a block level element. You can see the ul is occupying the whole width, and the div logo is also occupying the whole width. So we have to apply the inline block to both these elements first, so that they will become inline block and they can be placed side by side to each other. Okay, so let me apply display inline block to the div and then to the ul as well. So ul display inline block. Okay, now let's see how does it look like. It looks like this. Okay, the logo can be brought in between, right? Div text align center. The text has come to the center just like this. Now, and here also they are applying text align center, right? So to the li also I'll apply text align center. Okay, fine. So they are looking similar, but not exactly similar, isn't it? Can you see what is happening? The nav bar is in between the logo box, in the center. It is not at the top like this. Okay, so for this what can be done is we have to align the ul item to the center of this box. Okay, so for that we can use a small property that is known as the vertical align property. So what is to be done in the vertical align? I'll apply vertical align to this div. Where is this div? This. Actually, I need to apply vertical align to both of them. Okay, so let me just apply vertical align to one of them, and let me show you what will happen. Okay, first let me apply vertical align to this nav bar. So I'll apply vertical align to this. It will align the item vertically in the center. So in the ul, if I apply vertical align, there is not center, there is a value called middle. Okay, so my DDLE vertical align middle. Okay, so what has happened? There is no change. You can see
Oh, okay. There's no change. Now this vertical align, I'll apply it to the div as well. Now you can see it is in the middle. Okay. Now let me remove it from the UL. You can see it has moved little bit up. Let me show you what happens. When it is there, it looks like this. When I remove the vertical align middle from the UL, you can see it will move up. Just I will reload. Just see this. Can you see it has moved little bit up? Okay. So that means it is not in the center now. Okay. It is moving up. So I have to place it here so that it will be in the exact center. Now, so what is the way to center elements? To center the elements, what we need to do is we have to apply vertical align middle to all the elements. Here I don't need to apply to all the li because we already have a parent, that is the ul. So we can apply to the ul and to the logo. Okay. So to both of them. So if I have 3 items, so let's say I have logo, navbar, and some other login button also. Then I have to apply vertical align middle, vertical align middle, vertical align middle to all the elements, to the logo, to the UL, and also to the button. Okay, like that. Okay, so I think we have achieved this kind of behavior, right? Okay, fine. Now, anything else? So another thing is this. So let us try to create this thing. Okay, so let me take. We already have the image, so we'll just change the things, change the elements. So what do we have here? First thing is we have the image, and as the image is fruits.jpg, and along with the fruits I'll be having one div. Okay, this is having some content. In the div, what do we have? We have one heading, let's say h2. Is it written business name or tagline? So I'll write here edupol. Okay, that is the business name. Then we have some paragraph which is having some text. So I'll pick up the text from Edupoli website. Some text I can take from here. So this is the, so I'll take a small text. Okay, I'm taking a small text, and then what we have a button here, call to action. So I'll have a button. So let's say read more. Okay, so how does this look like? This is looking like this. Okay, so now what we have to do, we have to place this image here and this part here. So this whole part is inside a div, isn't it? So if we apply inline block to this div, it will go there, right? Okay, fine. So let me do that. So to this div, I'll give an id is equal to content. To this content, I'll apply the inline block. So display inline block. So what will happen now? It is not having anything. So we have to apply the width as well, isn't it? So what I can do, I can apply. So when you are creating something like this, better you put this image also inside a div. What will happen? You will not get confused. That means it will be properly visible to you and whoever sees the code. So here we can see that it is clearly shown here as two divs. First div is having the image,
second div is having the content. Okay, so to this div I can give a name like this, image. Okay, so this, there is no I mean, this is not some special thing. This will not change any of the styling and all, but just for identification. So to the image as well, I'll apply the display inline block if you want. If it is an image, that is okay, but if it is not an image, then you have to apply. But here what I have done is I put the image in a div element, and this div element is a block level element, so we have to convert this div into block level, otherwise inline block, otherwise it will not work. So display inline block. Okay, fine, but still now they will not come side by side because of the width things, and also that small gap that comes in between. So let me first apply some width. To the content I want width as 70%, and to the image I want width as 30%. Okay, but there's a small gap in between, so they are not coming side by side. So what I will do is I'll apply the negative margin to both of them. So margin minus 2px, and here also margin minus 2px. Okay, fine. Now let me reduce. Okay, I can increase the image height also, right? So let me increase the image height a little bit. Height is, let's say, 300 px. Okay, it is getting applied on the div, not on the image. So on the image, let me increase the height. Height is 300 px. Okay, fine. Now it is better. So image size is big. It is having 300 px height, and the content, whatever we have, that is on the right side, is what it is called. It is having 70% width. Now the problem is, if you want this kind of behavior where the thing is aligned in the center. So for aligning the item in the center, we had used the vertical align, isn't it? And where did we use the vertical align? To both the elements. We have to use the vertical align on both the elements to get the desired output. So what are the both elements? The both elements are div image and a div content. Remember, we will not apply a vertical align to h2 or p or button or nothing, not like that. We'll apply directly to the div content and directly to the div image. These are the two things, two main things. Okay, so to the content I'll apply vertical align middle, and also to the image div, not to the img tag. Okay, id image, the div with id image, I'll apply vertical align middle. Okay, now see, it has been centered in the proper way. Okay, earlier it was at the bottom, now it is coming in the center. So this way you can align the things in the center vertically. Okay, fine. This is also done, and accordingly you can use different width, whatever you want. Okay, fine. Then we have something like this. How to create this kind of thing? So to create this kind of thing, we will be using display inline block, no doubt in it. We'll create 3 divisions. We will have some text inside it. So we'll apply display inline block, and then we'll give some margin as well in the middle. Okay, so let us do all these things. Let's try that.
So remove these things, and we'll also use the text align center little bit. Okay, fine. Let us see now. So the body will have three divisions, right? We'll have one main division, which will be the, I'll name it as container. Okay, this will contain all the three boxes. So here I'll have three boxes, one, two, three boxes. Okay, these are the things. Now this div, these three boxes, I'll name it as class equal to, let's say, box. I'll name it as box. So these all three divisions will be box, and I'll apply some height, width, and border. Okay, to this box things. So let me write box, and height, let it be, it will adjust according to the text. Okay, no need to put the height. And width, what will be the width? Width, actually it is divided into three parts. The whole thing is divided into three parts, so I'll make it as 33%. Okay, 33%. It is 33%. Okay, and we have the border. Border is 1px solid. Okay, the container. Now it is not looking anything. If you see this, it is looking like this. There is nothing. Okay, okay, fine. So with this 33%, border is 1px solid. We have three boxes, and their parent is the container. If you see this, if you inspect this, you will see we have a container, which is the block level element. From left to right it is going. Then we have three boxes. Okay, where no inline block, nothing is applied. Okay, so in this box we have to apply display inline block. So I have some more topics to cover now. Okay, so here what I'll apply, display inline block. Okay, then the moment you apply display inline block, what will happen? It will come side by side, and they will have a gap. Can you see? There is a small gap here. It is getting a gap here because of the inline block. Again, we will have another gap here. Okay, these are all because of the inline block. Now what I want is, if I apply some height as well, we can see the boxes actually. So let's say height is 200 px. What will happen now? We'll get boxes like this. Okay, but what is the required of? We have some gap here. This gap can be produced by applying padding to the parent container. Okay, to the parent container we can apply some padding. So what I will do is, to the parent container, what was the parent container? Its name is container. So I'll apply to the container, I'll apply padding. From the top I want to apply zero padding, only from the left and right I want, right? So from the left and right, let me put something like 300 px. So it is looking like this, 300 px padding. Okay, this much gap is needed, isn't it? This much gap is needed. But what is to be done here? Here I have to reduce this gap. Because of this gap, this 33% is not making it fit there. Okay, so what I'll do is, I will just 1 second. Okay, As we know, we have to apply the negative margin here. So minus 2px. Okay. So now what will happen? They will come side by side like this. This is what we wanted, isn't it? Now what is to be done? Now if we apply some margin, what will happen? If we apply some margin in between, what will happen? Let's see that. So I'll not apply margin to all of them. Let me apply the left and right margin to the middle box only. Okay, because here we already have the padding, so no need of the margin on the first and third box. So I'll apply the margin to the middle box only. So let's see that. So to the middle box, I'll give a class like middle. Okay, so here dot middle will have some margin. So margin will be top and bottom, it will be 0. And from the left and right, let me apply something like 30px. Okay. So how does it look like? It looks like this. Again, the boxes move down. Why? Because of the what it is called, width. Okay. So the width is 33%. That's why that is happening. So we have to reduce this width little bit. Otherwise, it will not be possible. Okay. So what I do here is, let me make it at 30%. So it is now coming side by side like this. Okay, fine. Now what is the next thing to be done? So you can put some text inside it. Okay, so that is not a problem. You can have some text here. So first box, let me have some text like we have the heading. So it's 2. They're having some card 1. Then you can have some paragraph, something you can write your wish. Okay, same thing, you can repeat it. For the other things, card 1, card 2, and card 3. Okay, but you have to align them in the center. So what you do, you just take the h2 and p and write the styles. h2 comma p is text align center. That's it. Okay, that's it. So this is how you can align cards, boxes in the center in this layout, and everything whatever we have seen till now using display inline block. Okay, display inline block, margin, padding, whatever you want you can use. Okay, fine. Now what is to be done? Now this is all about layouts, and we have also completed all the assignments that were present here. Okay, now let us go to some other topics. Like, so we have seen selectors, right? This is a selector, container, box. Here we are using it as a selector, and then we are writing the css rules here. Css rules, we are writing it inside the curly braces. Okay, fine. But we have some advanced selectors in css. Okay, let's see them one by one. So we go to our tutorials and the css basics. We have some advanced selectors. Okay, these things are already done: border, margin, padding, height and width, box model, outline. All these things are done, and we have even practiced some of the layouts. So now let us go to our advanced selectors. So in advanced selectors, firstly we'll see the combinators. What are combinators? Okay, we have 4 types of combinators in this section. That is general sibling selector, advanced sibling selector, adjacent sibling selector,
child selector and descendant selector. Okay, so let us see them one by one. Let us see the descendant selector first. That is the most common selector that we will be using. So here in this example, let me show you. We have the h2 and p inside the div, right? So what can be done is, so let me take a new example. No need to worry about this. So I'll take a new example. I'll have a div. Okay. So inside the div, I have a paragraph, and in the paragraph, I have some text like this. Okay. Save it. Go to the browser. Reload. We have something like this, and all those styles are applied. So we are getting all these things. So what I'll do is, in the div, I'll apply a border 1px solid black, and I'll apply some padding, which is 30px padding. Okay. So now, so if you inspect this, you can see the div is the outer part and the p is this one. Okay, p is this one, div is this one. Inside the div, p is there. Now to apply styles to the p, I want to make this font size big and make it a red color. Then what do I do? I can directly apply it to the p, right? But the page may be having lot of p's. If I directly apply it to the p, see this, I am having another p outside this div. Okay, hello everyone. If I write like this, so now if I apply the style to p directly, what will happen? It will be something like this: p color red and font size font size 20px. So this will affect all the p's, isn't it? But I don't want to change the color of this one. I want to change the color and font size of only this one. Then what can be done? What we can do is we use the descendant selector. Okay, how do we use the descendant selector? We write something like this. Instead of writing p, I write div space p. Okay, I have to write div space p. When I write div space p, what is the meaning? If I point my mouse on this, it will tell you. See, it is showing the p which is inside the div. You can see it from here. The p which is inside the div. See here. The p which is inside the div, select that element and then apply the styles. So if you see, this p is not inside any div, so it will not select this one. It will select only this one. Okay, so save it, go to the browser and reload. Now we can see only this got changed and this didn't get changed. Okay, so this is how the descendant selector works, and it is very, very useful, as it will let us to style only what we want, not to everyone. It should not change the other styles. Okay, fine. That is the descendant selector. Then comes so let me have something like, inside the p I have a span. So I have some text, in between I have a span, and then some text, and then again some text. Okay, now see this. So here what is happening, the paragraph is also, this is also a paragraph, so this is also getting the styles. Okay, now the meaning of this descendant selector is, on the first day I think I had already discussed one thing, this div is a descendant of this body. This P is also a descendant of this body. This P is also a descendant of this body. Okay. This P is also the descendant of this div. This span is a descendant of this P. This span is also the descendant of this div. Okay. This span is also the descendant of this body element. Okay. So these are descendants. They are not children. Span, you can say that it is a child of this P, but it is not a child of this div. It is like a grandchild of this div. Okay, so this is not an immediate child of this div, but it is known as a descendant. They are all descendants, but they may not be children. Okay, so the meaning of descendant is any P which is inside the div will get these styles. Okay, so if I write here something like div space span, that means what? Any span which is inside a div will get these styles. Okay, save this. See this span is inside this div, right? This may not be the exact child of this one, but it is a descendant of div, so the style will be applied on this. So if we go to the browser and reload, we can see the span got a red color. How? Because of the descendant selector. Okay, fine. This is known as the descendant selector. Now let us see this child selector. This will not work on all the descendants. It will only work only on the child. Okay, let me show you that. So here what I'll do is I'll use the child selector like this. So I want to apply the style to the paragraph. Okay, to the paragraph. So div greater than P. Okay, no space here, no space. Directly div greater than P. If you give a space, it may create problem again. So div space P color is yellow. Okay, now let's see what changes we have got. You can see here we have got these changes. Why? Because the P, which is an immediate child of the div, that means not only immediate child, whatever children the div has, out of those children, all the P's will get that style. So if I have along with the P, if I have one H1, this will not get the style. Okay, this will not get the style. All the P's that are, all the paragraphs that are the children of div will get the style. Okay, so if we have another div like this, so let's say I have another div which is having a P inside it, this will also get that style. You can see that div also, that P also got the style. Okay, this is the meaning of child selector. But let me have something like this. Inside this H1, if I have another P, this will not get the style. Okay, this is not getting the style. Hi, let me write hi. This is not getting the style. Why? Because this P is a descendant of this div, but it is not a child of this div. Okay, the H1 is a child of this div, but this P is not the child. That's why it is not getting applied. But we have told here that apply this all to all the P's paragraph which are the children of div, but this P is not a child of this div. That's why we are not getting the style. Okay, then what we have? Then we have general sibling selector. Now what are siblings? We know that these are all. Span is a descendant of P, span is a descendant of div, span is a descendant of body. Okay, but what about the children? How many children this body is having? This body is having one child, two children, 3. So total 3 children. The body is having 3 children. This div, this p, and this div. Okay. Let me write something like this. If you are getting confused, let me use an unordered list. I have li, apple, mango, and banana. So these 3 are the children of this ul. So they are also known as siblings to each other. This apple is the sibling of mango, banana is the sibling of mango, apple is the sibling of banana, mango is the sibling of apple, like that. Okay, so these are all siblings to each other. This is not a parent child relation. This is like a brother brother or brother sister relation. Okay, they are the same children of the they are the children of the same parent, so they are known as siblings. Now when we use this general sibling selector, what will happen? They will select the sibling. So if I write here, if I have let me take an example where I have a div, and inside the div I have one h1, and h1 is edupoly, and I have one paragraph where it is written learn web development. Okay, now I can say that h1 and p are siblings. Now if I write here h1, this symbol, and p, right? We have the p here, h1, this p. So if I do this and apply some styles, color green, yellow, okay, green, no problem. So what will happen now? What did we get? The paragraph which is a sibling of h1 should get the color green. That is what is asked here. Okay, the paragraph which is a sibling of h1 should get the color. Okay, so if I have here more paragraphs, let's say learn html, learn css, then learn javascript. Okay, what will happen? This p, all the p's are the sibling of h1. So what is happening? All the paragraphs are getting the style because they are general sibling to each other. So that's why when we are saying that, when we are saying h1, this symbol, and p, that means select all the paragraphs which are the sibling of h1 and apply this one. Okay, that is what is happening. Okay, fine. So here if I have some other element along with the p, if I have one span, it will not get that color. Okay, it is getting a red color because of the other styles which we had here. Okay, which is inside span, which is inside div, it is getting that color, span which is inside div. Okay, like that. So if we remove all other styles and if we keep only this one, so we'll get this. Okay, fine. Now what is the next thing we have? That is the adjacent sibling selector. Okay, now let's see what will happen in the adjacent sibling selector. So we'll use the same example. Instead of this symbol, I'll use the plus symbol. Now let's see what will happen. So here what has happened? It is only applying it to the first one. So adjacent means just along its side. The paragraph which is just along with the h1 should get the style, not other things. Okay, that is what I have written here, where the paragraph which is just beside the h1. Okay, just after the h1, whatever element is there, it will get it. Okay, what will happen if I have one h2 here? So it is not getting it. Why? Because after the H1 we don't have a P here, so it is not getting applied. After the H1 we have an H2, so that's why it is not applying the style. The meaning of this is just after the H1 whatever P is there, you apply the style to that one only. So that's why we are not getting it here. But if I have one H1 just before the last P, then the last P will get the color. You can see here it got the green color here. Okay, it got the green color. So that's how the selectors work. Okay, these are known as combinators. So they are combining two selectors. They select combined H1 plus P, H1 space P. So like that, that's why these are known as combinators. Now, what is the next thing we have? After the combinators, we have pseudo classes. Okay, what are pseudo classes? Pseudo classes allow you to, so here we'll see a lot of pseudo classes. These are known as pseudo class. This is a totally new topic. So here what happens, we use a colon. Okay, these are not combinators, but these are little bit different. So let us see what are those things. The first thing is we'll go through anchor pseudo classes. Okay, so what are anchor pseudo classes? Let me create some anchor tags. So we have some links. Let's say Google, then edupoly. Okay, I am writing it here. No problem. I'll put it here as well. Okay, then let me have one more. Let's say Facebook. Okay, fine. Now okay, so how do they look like? They look like this. Okay, the moment I click it, nothing has happened. Okay, because that is not a valid link, let me use some proper URLs. So https google.co.in, https edupoly.com, and https // okay, fine. Let me use Amazon. Okay, now see, now these links are looking like this. You can see the edupoly link is coming as purple. Can you see why that has happened? Because that is a visited link. These links I have not visited in recent times, so they are coming as blue, and this has become purple. Okay, so these things can be controlled using the pseudo classes. Okay, so we have a link a visited like this. Let me show. So link color is blue by default. That's why it is showing us as blue, Google and Amazon. So let me change those things. A colon, when you give a colon, okay, remember that a colon link. So I'll make it color as red. Now what will happen? Our links will become red. Okay, and for the visited link, I want to change the color. Not that purple doesn't look nice. So a colon visited. Okay, a colon visited. So here I want to change the color from that purple colored thing to some line color. Okay, bright green. So now you can see the Edupoly has become green. The moment you click on Google, you go to Google and then you come back, the Google has also become green. Why? Because I have changed, it is already visited. That's why the color has changed. So these things can be done. So when I click on Amazon, so again, Amazon will also become green. So this is about anchor pseudo classes. Okay. Then what we have? Then we have hover pseudo classes. So these are very important things. So let me use this hover pseudo class. Let me have some text. Okay. Let's say we had created the list item, right, side by side. Let me have that. So we have li. So let's say home. We'll create a navbar, simple navbar. Home products about us and contact us. Okay, fine. Then what we do here? Here we have the li. In the li we apply what? Display inline block. Display inline block. Okay. Then what did we apply? We applied border 1px solid. Okay. Then how does it look like now? Looks like this. Okay. Now I'll apply the hover class, that is hover pseudo class, to apply some styles. So when I hover over the text, hover over the li items, so these are individual li items, some changes I want. Okay. So what do I do is I use li colon hover, and then I put the whatever styles I want. So I want to change the background color to something dark color. Okay. So I want to use this blue background, and then the color of the font to white. Okay, save this, go to the browser, reload. Now what will happen? See, when I put my mouse on the home, can you see the text has become white, background has become blue. Again, when I put my mouse over products, it is like, I'm not clicking, I'm just putting my mouse. Okay, mouse pointer, when I point to that, it is getting changed. So this is because of the hover pseudo class. Okay, we're changing the background color and the font color. Okay, fine. Then what we have after the hover class, we have active. Okay, so this is again actually linked to the links that we had created. So just see this. Let us go back to our links example. So here when we had this, see, I'll click this and I'll not release the click button. When I click and release it, it is going to the page, right? But when I keep on pressing it and I'm not releasing the button, that is known as the active state of the link. Okay. See this. Actually, there is a problem with the active. The active pseudo class should always come after the visited, after the link and visited. Otherwise, it will not work. If I put this class before the visited, it will never work. See this. It is not working. It is not working. Okay. But when I put this active class after the visited, it starts working. See this, when I press the, okay, when I press the wiki, okay, press the Google, it is working. Okay, when I press the Edupoly, it is working. When I press the Amazon, it is working. and press the Wikipedia, it is working. Okay, like that this active pseudo class works. Okay, fine. Then to focus, these are all not that important. So the most important pseudo classes are this hover and the link visited active. These are the most important things. Okay, then what we have, then we have the pseudo elements. Okay, pseudo elements are a little bit different. They look like pseudo class, but they are little bit different. In pseudo class we have a single colon. In pseudo elements we have a double colon like this. Okay, so let's see some of them. So first thing is we have one what it is called, first line pseudo element. We'll go through this first line pseudo element, first letter, before and after, and selection. Okay, before, after, first letter, first line is enough. These are the most important. Let's see them. So here let me have a paragraph with long text. For this text I'll take it from there. So some text I'll take from here and I'll paste it in our paragraph. Okay, now it is looking like this. Now which selector we are going for? We are going for the first line pseudo element. Okay, so see this, how this will work. In the styles, what I'll do is I'll write P double colon first line, and when I apply color red, what will happen? This will get red color on the first line. Okay, the first line is getting a red color. Okay, so this way you can apply the use the first line pseudo element. Okay, just like that we have first letter as well. So it is getting only on the first letter. Okay, it is getting on the first letter. So first line, first letter, this can be used for specifying something. So we can see in books, what happens in books, the first letter of the chapter is very big, isn't it? So first letter, let me write here, font size 30px. So this is what happens in books, right? First letter becomes big and the rest of the text is normal. This is how they achieve this. Okay, fine. Then what we have? Then we have the before and after pseudo elements. So let me show you this one. So let me take a list item. So we have an unordered list. We have inside that li. So apple, mango, and banana. So here on the UL, I'm applying. So how does the list look like? It looks like this. Okay. Now, if I apply on the UL, so in this dot, instead of this dot, I want some other symbols. Okay. Then what can be done? So here I'll first remove that thing. It is having a list style type property which is disk. Okay. Because of this, this is coming. If instead of disk, if I apply circle, I get this. If I apply square, I get this. Okay, but I want I want to put some other things, not like this. So what I do, I remove it. I write this style type null. Okay, then what do I do? I use this before
pseudo element. What is the meaning of this? We want to add something before the li. Okay, so in the before, what we write is, we write here one property called content. Okay, li double colon before, that means something I want to add before the li, and what I will apply, that is the content. So in the content I can put within double quotes, I have to put a string. So let's say I will put one star symbol. Okay, so, or let's say I want to give one hyphen symbol like this. Okay, so save this, go to the browser and reload. See, we got a hyphen here. Okay, before the li. So if I put here one star, I'll get star here. Okay, whatever you want, whatever symbol you want, you can put like this. Okay, if you want some arrow kind of thing like this, you can put arrow like this. Okay, fine. This is how. Or if you want a hash, you can put a hash like this. So this is how before works. In the same way, after is also there. So here what I'll do, I'll write double colon after, and in that I can put some content. What content I want at the end, let's say this kind of symbol. So I get like this. Okay, before after you can use accordingly. Then what we have, a marker. Okay, selection. So these are fine. So selection is also an important thing. So what happens here is, when we use select, when we select our text, it is in blue color, right? So what I can do, I can change the color as well. So selection, and I can write here background color red. If I do this, I get a red color instead of the default blue color. Okay, this is what pseudo elements are. Okay, now we will try to create a template like this using all the CSS properties that we know till now. So this is a template having different parts. Like, first we have, this is, you may call it as the header or the nav bar. Then we have a wide banner here where we have some text and a button on the left side, and an image on the right side, which is having a common background. Then we have another small banner here, which is again having some text and a button placed side by side on the left side, and on the right side we have some small text. Then we have this third part where we have some features or some facilities that we have shown like this in this layout. So we have an image or icon at the top, then we have some text, and again that thing, that, so that is repeated 5 times. And then we have the footer at the bottom, which is having this dark background part on the left side, and on the right side we have this social media icons. Okay, so let's start creating this template using the CSS properties that we have learned till now. Okay, so this template, I will keep this open, this file, whatever I'm running, I'm keeping it in the Firefox. Okay, but we'll be working on, we'll be seeing this, watching this template and doing our work on another browser. Let's say I'll open my work in Chrome. Okay, so this is in Firefox. So we'll create a folder here. Let's say I'll name it as template1. So here I'll be putting my files.
And also you can see here there are a lot of images like this logo. This logo is an image. This also is an image. Okay, then we have this image on the features. So many, 5 images are there. Then we have this Facebook logo, Twitter logo, LinkedIn logo, RSS logo. So all these are images. So what I have done is all the images I have already created in a folder here. I have named it as images. So I'll put this images folder into the new folder 3 that we just created, so that we can use this image in our template. So now here, if I refresh it, am I getting it? Okay, let me open the Visual Studio Code once again. So now, okay, we can see the images here. Now let me create a file named index.html. We'll have another file called style.css, where we will write our CSS. So that means we are using an external style sheet. We're not using the internal style sheet. Sometimes we may use a little bit of inline styling if needed, but mostly we'll try to write everything in the external style sheet. Okay, and here we can see all the images are there. These are all SVG images. So, but some are PNG, like this is in PNG format, so we can see it here. But others, these are all in SVG format. So this will be visible only when you use it in your image tag. Okay, fine. Now let us start writing the code. So first we need to do is we need to link our style.css file to here. Okay, so in the head I'll write link rel equal to style sheet and href equal to style.css. Then we'll have the body where we will have all the elements. Now let's see. This is our reference image, right? I have opened it in Firefox. So let's see here. What is the first thing that we need to create? So we'll go step by step. First, we'll create this navbar. Then we'll go for this banner. Then we'll go for this small banner. Then we'll go for these features or facilities. And then we'll go for the footer. So first, let us start with the navbar. What is this navbar? So I'll just take a nav first. It is a div which is having a class nav. Okay, I'm just naming it nav. You can name it anything. Okay, then we have, actually here we have two parts, the logo and the these nav items. Okay, so that's why what I need to do is I need to divide this nav into two parts. So I'll take two divs. This is one div which will hold the logo, and this is another div which will hold the nav items. So this logo div, the first div, I'll give a name to this. So class equal to, let's say, nav logo. And the second div where the nav items will be held, I'll name it as nav bar. Okay, so we have two divs. Now let us start with the nav logo. So in the nav logo, what I need to add, I just need to add one single image. We already have the image. The image name is website logo.png. This is the image that we'll use. Okay, so so how the path will be given, dot slash, it will go to images, and from images we'll use the website logo.png. Okay, now save this and go to the browser. And okay, we haven't opened the file, so I'll first open the file. So this is the file. Here we can see the image is being shown, but it is very large. We have to adjust the width so that it will be placed in that corner. Okay, now what else can be done here? So what I will do is I'll set the width as 150px using the width attribute. Okay, 150px. Now the image looks like this. Okay, fine. Then what we have the next part, that is the nav bar, because the image part is over, not the nav bar part. In the nav bar, what we'll have, a list item, ul li. Okay, then what is the li? We have, in the li we have just the text. We have home, pages, portfolio, blog, and short code. Okay, okay. And if you notice, there is a gap from all sides. Can you see? Top, left, all sides we are having some gap. So that is padding. Let me add the padding first to the whole nav. Okay. So in the nav, what we have to do? We have to add the padding. So how much padding we'll use? So if you notice carefully, the whole page is having a fixed padding from top to bottom. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to add same type of padding, that is same padding for all the elements, whether it is the header, whether it is the banner, whether it is the small banner, or whatever it is. We'll use a same padding for all items. Okay, so let me go to my style.css, and here what I'll do is, in the nav class, this was the nav class, right? This is the nav class. Here what I'll do is I'll use padding as, let's say, 50px, 100px. Okay, fine. And the width, I'll set it as 100%. And I'll apply the box sizing as border box, because I don't want the padding or border to go to make the container go beyond 100%. Okay, so that's why I'm making it border box. Now that is the nav, and the nav logo and the nav bar are placed side by side, right? So for that, what I need to do, I have to use the display inline block, and also the margin -2px, negative margin value also I have to use. So all these things I'll set it here itself. So what are the classes? We have the nav logo and the nav bar. Okay, so here I'll add nav logo, comma, nav bar. So nav hyphen bar. Here I'll apply display inline block and margin -2px. Okay, this is common for both the items, so I am applying it here. But whatever individual styling we need for nav logo, we'll put it below. Okay, so in the nav logo, let's say nav logo, I want, so if you see here, I want to set its width as 20%, and this whole nav bar I want to put width as 80%. So what I do here is, in the nav logo I put width as 20%. Okay, fine. Now let us see how does it look like. So where is our file? Here is our file. So we have got the padding, and then this dot is coming because of the unordered list. Let me create a list now. Okay, padding is fine, it is on the left side, and we need to create the list item. Okay, so in the list item what we have is, we have the home, pages, portfolio, blog, and shortcodes. So first item is home, then pages, then portfolio, then we have blog and shortcodes. Blog and shortcodes. Okay, so how does this look like? Let's see. It's looking like this. They are list items, so first we have to make them inline block and then work on them. Okay, so the moment we apply inline block to the UL, that is the unordered list, what will happen? Automatically the dots will be removed and they will be placed side by side. So let us go to our style.css. So here in the nav bar, what I need to do, first thing is I have to apply the width as 80%, because the logo is 20%, so this will be 80%. And then what is this list? This list we need to give a name. Okay, so what name we will give? We'll give it as nav list. Okay, so nav hyphen list, and then each item, list item, I'll name it as nav item. Okay, class equal to nav item. So they will have all of the list items will have the same class, so that whatever we apply to one class, it will be applied to all of them this way. Now what we need in the nav bar, do we need any styles? The nav bar we have already applied with 80%. Fine. Now we have to think about the nav list. What is to be done there? In the nav list, we have to apply display inline block, because these are list items. So nav list is the unordered list, right? Yes. This nav list is also a block level element. So if you don't apply inline block to this, again it will be displayed as a block level element. So I'll first convert it into inline block. So display inline block. Then okay, fine, and I'll fix the width of the item, so I'll show it later on. First let me go to each nav item. Nav item, what I need to do, I have to apply display inline block, and then just check it. Let's see how does it look like. So it is looking like this. Now what I want to do is, I want to apply some gap in between. Okay, so for that what I'll apply is, I'll apply the margin left for all items. So margin left, I put it as 30 px. It looks like this, and I'll apply some fixed width to the nav list. Okay, so to the nav list, I put some width as 500 px.
Okay, fine. Now if you inspect this, you can see this is having a 540 px. That is because of that small padding we have in the beginning. Okay, fine. Now what is to be done here? So to the nav bar, this nav bar, what is this nav bar? Nav bar is the container of the whole UL, isn't it? So what is the nav bar? If you see this whole width, 80% width is the nav bar. Okay, here the child is the nav list. The nav bar contains the nav list. The nav list is by default aligned to the right. If you see inside the nav bar, so I can apply text align right so that this nav list will go to the right side. So I have to apply text align right to the nav bar. Okay. So in the nav bar, what I'll do, just after the width 80%, I'll apply text align right. Okay. So this will look like this. So this is what we wanted. So let me go to the Firefox browser and we can see this is the desired output we wanted. Okay, fine. Is there any extra padding? No. We can even remove this, what it is called, margin of UL. Okay, so because we already have some padding in the nav, isn't it? So we can remove that margin as well. So for that, what we have to do is in the UL, that is nav list. So in the nav list, we can remove the margin. So margin is 0, and also padding, I'll make it 0. So it looks like this. Okay, fine. Now if you see the in the nav whole nav, the image and the list item is not aligned in the center. The image is in the center, but the nav list is going down. It is not inside the content box. It is aligned at the bottom. Okay, so what I can do is I can apply the vertical align to both the items to align them in the center. Okay, so let us use the vertical align. So where will I use the vertical align? First thing is, for the image also I have to use the vertical align. Let me apply the vertical align on the image. So vertical align middle. So here itself it has come to the middle, but it is also advisable to use it on the nav bar. Nav logo and nav bar should apply to both of them. So in the nav bar also I'll apply vertical align middle. Okay, fine. Now it is actually aligned to the middle. Otherwise it was not actually in the middle. Now you can see. So both are in the middle. Fine. So our nav bar is complete. Okay, now if you see, the font is not that looking good. This is the default what is called Times New Roman font that we get from the browser. So I'll change the font here. If you see here, the font looks nice. So what I'll do is I'll apply some font to the text, but I don't want the whole page to have different text on different parts. So all the text should be of the same font. So what I'll do, if I want to apply it to all items, then I need to use the universal selector, that is the star. So in the star, I'll apply font family Arial. Save this, go to the browser and reload. So we got a better font this time. Fine. So the nav bar is complete. Now let us go to the
next part. What is the next part? Next part is this banner. In this banner, again we have two parts, left side and right side. So again we'll repeat the whole things, whatever we had done for the nav bar, but this time the widths will be different. So let me have a div named, we'll have a div named banner. Okay, so class equal to banner, and inside the banner we'll have two items, that is first and second. Okay, so these both are banner items, so I'll name them as banner items. So div class is equal to banner item. So we have two banner items. I'll create two copies of this, but for the first one I'll give another class, that is first. For the second one I'll give another class, this is second. Okay, so in the first, what is there? In the first we have some text and a button. Okay, fine, but first we have to set the width of all those things, inline block, all those things we have to do. Okay, so what I do, I go to the style.css and start writing the styles for banner class. So dot banner. So for the, at first we'll apply the padding, that is the same padding for all elements. Initially we applied 50px 100px, so the same will apply here, 50px 100px. Then we have some blue color, right? We will apply a background color. So background color, I'll make it some blue kind of. So let's say I'll use something like this. Okay, fine. So how does it look like? It's looking like this. So this is fine. Okay, now that is for the banner. Then we have the banner item, isn't it? We have the banner item. So in the banner item, what I need to do, both the banner items I have to apply a general style, that is display inline block. So banner item, what I'll apply is display inline block for both of them, and margin I'll set it as -2 px for both of them, and also box sizing, border box. Fine, that is banner item. Okay, fine. Now for the first item, we have the first and second, right? So for the first, what I'll do is I'll apply width as 40%, and for the second I'll apply width as 60%. Okay, fine. Now let us see what next is to be done. So now next we have to put our text on the left panel. Okay, that is for the first banner item, what we need to put in the first. Okay, so here, so in the banner item first, we'll apply first one. Let's say there is a heading, right? We have a heading, then we have another, we have a small heading, then we have a big heading, and then some text, and then one button. So for the small heading, I'll use h3 for that. In the h3, let me write that text, something construct looks good on, it is written like that. And we have another h2 here, which is having all screen sizes as the text. Then we have paragraph. So we'll just use some random text from net. Okay. So we'll use some normal text from here and paste it here. Okay, fine. Then after that we have a button. So button we have, and what is written in the button? Purchase now. Purchase now. And one exclamation mark. Fine. Okay. This is our left side. Now here, how does it look like? If you don't apply any styles now, how does it look like? It is looking like this. Okay. So what we need to do now? We have to change the look of this. So first thing is we have to apply all the font color as white. Okay. So first let me apply that white to all those things. So what are those fonts? H3, H2 and P. These are all the items where I need to apply the white font. Okay. So that is banner item first. So in the first H3, H2 and P. So in the first H3, okay, then first H2. So this I am using the descendant selector. Then first P. These are all color is white. Okay, so that is one thing. So we have got the color as white, but now what is there? This is having text transform capitalize. First letter of each word is capital, uppercase. So we have to use the text transform capitalize on all these things. Okay. So what is that actually? That is the first three dot first H3. Here I'll apply text transform is capitalized. So if you reload, what happened? Did I not save it? Yeah, capitalize applied here. Here what is to be applied? Here we need to apply text transform uppercase. So first H2 to transform uppercase. So I hope it is done now. Everything is done in a proper way. Now what is to be done? We have to apply the styles to the button. So in the button is also we can apply the text transform capitalize. So dot first button text transform capitalize, and color I'll set it as the background color whatever we have used, that same blue color I'll use here. Okay, and also if you see it is italic is applied. So what I will apply? Font style italic. So save this, go to the browser, reload. We can get this, but we have some padding On the button, if you observe carefully, we have some padding. So we have to apply that padding also, and also we have a border here. Some shady border is there. So we have to apply that as well. Okay. So, so what do I do? So first, let me go to this button style and apply the padding. What padding? I will apply 10 px and from the top and bottom, and 20 px from left and right. Okay. After the padding, we'll apply one border. Border is, let's say, 8 px solid and some gray color. Okay. So I'll change it from here. Let's say somewhere between this and it will be towards the blue shade. Okay, fine. I'll put it at here. So what do I get it? I get something like this, but this is very dark. I'll make it light. Okay, fine. Then what is the next thing to be done? Or we can even inspect this and check the color. What is the color? We have this color. So we can use this color in our RGB. Okay. So what do we get? We get this. Fine. Now, I think our right side is left side is over. Now we can go for the right side. Okay. Fine. So here we had the banner item first. Now let us go to the banner item second. Okay. So in the second, what do we have? In the second, we have a single image. That's it. Nothing else. Okay. So in the banner item second, I just need to place one image like this. And images, we already have the image in our images folder. So let me use the text.png. That is the image. And I'll set the height of the image. If we see like this, it will look like this. It is very big image. So we have to set the height. Let me set the height at something like 350 px or something. So height equal to 350 px. Now we can see it is looking like this. Okay. And then what styles we need to apply to the second item? So first thing is we can apply the text align to that. So in the second banner item second, what I will do is I'll apply, we had already applied with 60%. So and height is already applied as 350 px, and then we can apply the text align. Let me put it in the center and let's see how does it look like. So text align center, and it looks like this. So this is fine for us. This is not a problem for us. We can put it as text align center. Okay, fine. Now, or if you apply text align right, what will happen? It will go to the extreme right. Yeah, it will be aligned to this short codes, the padding. Okay, so this is also looking nice. Even the center is also fine for us. We can go with anything. Fine. Now the problem is with the alignment of this and this, the image. Okay, so what I'll do, I have the first and second, right? So in the first, I'll apply text align, oh sorry, vertical align, middle, and also to the second one, vertical align, middle, so that both will be aligned in the middle. Let's see, we have this. Now everything is aligned in the middle. Okay, you can even inspect it and check what is happening here. You can see banner is this, so both are in the middle. Okay, first item, second item. Okay, so from here you can see nice. Now let us go to the next part. What is the next part? The next part is this small banner that we have just before this part. Okay, so let me create a div for that. So what name shall I give to it? Just after the banner, I'll create another div. Let me name it as something like info banner. Okay, because it is giving us some information, so I'm naming it as info banner. Inside the info banner, again we have two parts, the left side and the right side. So what name I'll give, name it as info first and info first and info second. So div class equal to info first and div class equal to info second. Okay, or you can even name it as info left, info right. That is also fine. Okay, fine. Now let's see what is there in the info first. Info first, we have only 2 lines. Okay, that's it. So in the info first, let me write. Let me create a. Oh, again, there is one more thing. In the info first, we have this text along with this button. Okay, and we have to align them. So that's why I'll create a 2 divs. So first one div. This div will have so both the divs should have inline block so that they can be placed side by side. So inside this div, so let me apply some classes, like I'll name a class called inline block, so which will have the styles as inline block, and then we'll have this text. So we have one h4, let's say. In the h4 there's some text, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 words text. So we already have some text here, so we'll put some text from here. And paste it here, and after the h4 let me have a paragraph which will have another small thing. So let me use this text. Fine. Now let's see how does it look like. It's looking like this, but again to the parent we have to apply all that padding and all, isn't it? And along with this div we will have another div which will contain the button. What is written there in the button? By construct. By construct, or I can write here join edu poly. Okay, so 2 divs are done. So this is for the info first. Again for the info second we'll have another text. So what So we have their small two text. Okay, fine. We'll do that later on. First, let us fix this right side panel. Now we have to apply the padding, general padding that we have for the info banner. So here we didn't create any class, right? So this info banner we have to first create it here. So dot info banner. Here what we'll have, so in the info banner what we'll have is the padding, the same padding that we have earlier. So padding was 50 px and 100 px. Okay, then anything else? So first let me apply only that and let's see how does it look like. So it is looking like this. Fine. Then I think the 50 px is going beyond our requirement, or is it having some extra border? See, so this is having extra margin, so that's why we are getting all those things. So let me remove all the margins from all these things. Okay, I'll remove the margin from this, and then let's see how does it look like. So these are H4 and P, and we have one inline block as well. Okay, so this is info first and this is info second. So for the info first and info second, I'll apply the inline block. So dot info first and info second. I'll apply display inline block and then margin as -2 px. Fine. And box sizing as border box. Okay. Now, how does it look like? And in the info first, we have to apply all those things. So dot info first. Okay, we'll do that. First, let's see how does it look like till now. So this is what we are getting. Now let us remove all the margin. And for the info first, we'll apply some width as well. So info first will have, let's say, let me put the width as 70%. Okay. For the info second, we'll put 30%. 70% is the width. And do we have any padding? Okay, we'll see that later on. For the padding, we'll see later. Now we have to, so there is one inline block div. Inside the info first, we have this inline block div. So this will also have the inline block styling because we have a button side by side. So we have to place it accordingly. So dot inline block, I'll apply display inline block, and okay, that is fine. And inside the dot inline block, we have H4 and P, where I have to remove the padding margin. So H4 comma dot inline block P. Is it P? Yes. So I'll apply margin 0. Now let's see how does it look like. So inline block H4 and inline block P. Right? So it looks like this. Okay. Now what is to be done? What I'll do is I'll apply some margin top to the button. So to this button, what is this? This is the div which is along with inline block. Okay, so what I can do is I can apply here adjacent sibling. So dot inline block plus div, I can apply margin top. How much do I need? Let's say I'll apply 30 px or something. 30 px margin hyphen top. Oh, it didn't get applied. Okay, okay. So we have get this. Okay, we got the gap here. Fine. Okay. Now, now what is to be done? Here we can see. So, oh, sorry. Button is not below. Button is here. So this part I have to apply inline block to that box as well. So that means if you see here, inside the info first, we have to apply inline block to this div and also inline block to this div. Okay, so what I can do here is I can separate this style, whatever I had written here, just let me write it again. So instead of margin top, I'll apply display inline block, and I'll apply. So here also I have to apply margin minus 2px, and the same thing I'll have to apply it to the div. Okay, fine. Now it is fine. Now, what is the total width of this box? That is inline block, not inline block. That is the info first. Info first is having a width of 70%. So if you notice carefully, we can see they're having a width of 70%, but the button is coming here. So we have to align that button to the left side. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll align it to that part. And again, we have to inspect it properly. What is happening here? This div, info first is having one inline block and this div. So this div, if we align it to that side, it will go right. Okay. And inside it, we have the button. Okay, fine. So let us align this box. So if I apply here, text align right, is it working? No. So we can't apply it to this one. So instead of that, what I have to do is I have to apply it to the button. So let's say inline block, and inside that we have a button where we apply the text aligner right. Oh, still not working. So then what we need to do? We can do one thing. We have this div here and we have this inline block here. All right. So what we do here is we can apply some width, let's say to inside this box and this box. So to this div and to this div, let us apply some width. Okay, so both are inside the info first. So let me apply some width to both of them. So in the inline block, let me apply. So let me add it as a percentage. So how it will look like. So let me set it at 80-20. Okay. So here the width I have set it to 80%, and for the next div I'll apply the width as 20%. Now what can be done is, now there
apart from each other. And now we can align the boxes. So what I can do here, I can send this button to the extreme right. Okay, so to this div, I'll apply the text align right. If you save this and run it, it has moved to the right. Okay, fine. Now they are both not aligned properly. So to both of them, I have to apply the vertical align. So here, let me write vertical align middle, and also to this one vertical align middle. Let's see, they are aligned properly. If you observe carefully, both are aligned in the center. Fine. Now let us go to the next part, that is our info second. Okay, so in the info second, what we have here, we have a small text like this, and then a more small text below, which is having a read mode in blue color. Okay, so here what we do in the info second, we have one, we'll create one h5 where we will use some text construct is flexible, and then below the h5 I'll have some p. So the p, I'll just add some random text, but not too much. It should be just one line, around 10 to 12 words. So let me go there. So I'll add this much here. So in the p we have this, and then inside the p itself we have this dot and a read mode section, right? So what I'll do here is I'll have a span. Okay, so in the span I'll write a read more. Okay, now how does it look like? It is coming here. Why? Because the inline block was not applied to me. So let's see. So that is info first, but info second also these things are applied, but why is it coming down? Let's see it. So info first has a width of 70%, and info second we didn't set any width. That's why it is happening like that. So info second, what is the info second? So after the info first, let me have the info second. Info second width is 30%. Now it has come to the right. Now I want to add some gap here. So what I can do is, I should not apply margin because margin will push it again to the next line. So better we should use padding here. Okay, so in the info second, let me add some padding only from the right, only from the left. Okay, so padding left is, let's say, 30 px. ppx. Okay, we got some gap here, and we have to remove the margin of all this. So why all these extra gaps are coming? Because of this. And anything else? We have a big padding here. So in the info banner, okay, we'll align that, don't worry.
we can remove that padding that is too much. Okay, so in the info banner, the padding I gave it as top and bottom 50. So let us make it 20. Okay, fine. That is fine. Okay, whether later on when we will align this to the left and right, info first and info second, it will automatically get adjusted. Okay, so in the info second, this h4 I want to remove the h4 and h5 and p, I want to remove the margin. So in the info second dot info second h5 and dot info second p, and to remove the margin and set it to 0. Save it, go to the browser, reload it. So yeah, p, for the p, okay, I gave a hyphen by mistake. Okay, now we have this, and the p, what we can do is we can reduce the font size. Okay, so for the p, what I'll do is I'll use a text here. Let's say in this I'll add a class called the text small, and here can apply text small is, let's say, font size how much I want to give. Let's say I'll make it 10 px or something. It's a 14 px. Let's see. That is fine. And to that span, we need to make it a blue in color. Okay. So what do I do for that? The span is here. So inside the p, whatever span is there. So text small is getting this. So inside the text small, whatever span is there, to that I have to apply. To that I have to apply the color as this bright blue color that we used. Okay, I'll paste it here. Okay, fine. Now save it, go to the browser, reload. Now we got this. Okay, fine. So I think that is an okay. Now we need to align the items of both. Okay, otherwise it will not look nice. The gap is more here. So info first and info second, we have to apply the vertical align. So vertical align middle, and info second also vertical align middle. Now let's see. Now they're aligned in the center. So if you inspect it, you can see the info banner. If you highlight, we can see both are aligned in the center. Okay, fine. Now let us go to our next. Anything else is left here? Nothing. Oh, these are italics. This is text transform that we missed. Okay, so let's see. And the button styling also we didn't apply. So here in the info first, we had inline block h4p. Here we had applied margin 0. So let me apply font style italic. Then yeah, that is enough. Font style italic. That is enough. And for the button, we have to apply the style. So that is the inline block plus div. So here we can have a class for this button. So what is the button? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, this is the button. So we can have here class is equal to btn, and in the inline block div we'll have this button. Here I can apply all those styles that we used earlier. Text transform capitalized, color is this, font style is this, padding is this. Paste it and save. So we got this. Okay, fine. Now what is the next thing that we have? We'll go for this part. Okay, and if you want, you can apply more styles here. What else we have done here? This text we have made it bold, but we didn't mention it. So let me do that even. So what was that? Here apply font weight bold. Okay, here also font weight bold. Now we'll get this. Now the next thing that we need here is this border. So what is the border I'm having here? Border 8px solid this. I can apply here border 8px solid and some grayish color. Okay. Oh, what did I apply? Sorry. Border 8px solid this. Okay, so the background color is not white, that's why it is looking like that. So I'll make the background color as white. So now it will look like this. This is what we wanted. Okay, this is the same button that we had there. Okay, fine. Now let us go to our next section. What is our next section? This is this part. So this part I'll name it as features. Okay, so let us go to our features part. So that features part will have 5 sections, right? Here we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so next are features. Dot features. So in the features, let me create the div. So just after the info banner, I'll have the features div. Features. So inside the features, what do we have? We'll be having one feature. Okay. So let me create one div. Later on, we'll increase it. Okay. So div class is equal to feature, and inside this feature we'll have the design. What is the design? We have a logo here, then we have some text. Okay, so what I do here is inside the features, inside the feature I'll have one div which will hold the icon. Okay, so I'll name this as div class is equal to icon, and inside the icon div I'll have the image. Okay, and the image I want to give some fixed width, that is for all the images, that is let's say 50px. Okay, fine, and the image will be, so first image is a gear kind of thing, so we have a gear image here, gear film.svg. Okay, but it is white in color, so we will not be able to see the image here. Okay, but the image is there. So image is there, but we are not able to see it. Okay, fine, no problem. Now the icon is there, image is there, and after the image we have the text. What text we have? We have some design text and some text here. So let me add those things as well. So just after the icon, not inside the icon, after the icon we'll have one, the h4, let's say header is there, h4. Here I write design and then some text, paragraph. So let me copy this text and paste it there. Yeah, so paragraph is done. So this is our single feature. Okay, from here to here, this is one single feature. This feature we need to repeat it again and again. Okay, so how do we repeat it? First thing is, let us write the styles, and first let us look at how does it look like. Okay, so here in the styles.css, this features is empty. So first let us apply the padding that we were applying till now. What was the padding we were applying? That is padding 20px, 100px. Top and bottom padding you can put anything, but left and right it should always be fixed. Okay, features is done. Then in each feature, what is to be done? So each feature should be inline block, because 5 features will be there, isn't it? So if I copy this, first I'll copy this and paste it 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So we have 5 features. So how do they look like? They look like this, because they are we have not applied inline block. The moment we apply here display inline block, what will happen? They will come side by side, but because of the margin issue it is not coming. So let us apply the margin minus 2px, and I have to set the width. Width is 5 times, means 5 into 20 is 100, so I have to make it as 20%. Okay, now save this. Let's see how does it look like. So we're getting 5 features side by side. Okay, fine. Now the logo, and yeah, now the logo. What is to be done to the logo? Dot icon. In the icon, I'll apply a background color gray, and let's see, because the image is white, that's why we are not able to see it. So if I apply gray color background, I can see the logo. Okay, now I have to align the logo in the center, add the proper padding, and make the border radius round so that it will become round. Okay, so what I'll do here is I'll make the icon again should not be, it should not apply the whole width, so I'll have to apply some margin left right auto so that it comes in the middle. Okay, so let me first make give a proper width and height to it. So let's say width is 100px, height is 100px. Then let's see how does it look like. Width and height, I have made it 100px. Okay, now I want to put it in the center. That means what I can do is I can apply margin right auto. Let's see whether this will work or not. Margin right auto, margin left auto, auto. Okay, save this and go to the browser. So it has come to the center, so that works fine, right? Now I have to place that gear in the center. So what do I do for that? I apply some padding, equal padding from all sides. So the padding, I'll make it as 25 px. Why did I apply 25 px? Because the icon width, the image width, I had put it as 50 px. So the width is 50 px and the total width is 100. So 100 minus 50 is 50. So that 50 needs to be divided into two parts so that it will be, so the padding will be 25 25 equal. Okay, 25 plus 50 plus 25 is 100. That is the total width. Okay, now let's see. It looks like this because of the box sizing. So I'll apply the box sizing as well. Box sizing, border box. Now see, it will come in the center like this. Okay, now we need to make the border round because it is round here. How to do that? So for that we can apply a style called border radius, and we have to set it to 50%. If we set it to 50%, the border becomes round like this. Okay, border is round, icon is in the center, so everything is done. Now we need to go to the other parts, whatever things we were doing. Okay, fine. Now let's see. Here the text is also done. So now the problem is there any problem? So we need some gap here. This gap will be coming from the padding of this whole box. Okay, so what is this whole box? Whole box is feature. Here we applied padding, we didn't apply padding on the feature. So let us apply the padding here. So what do I do here? Width is 20%. Okay, padding I'll apply, let's say just 10 px, because 10 px will again be placed side by side, right? So from the here 10 px, this box 10 px will be there, this box 10 px, so it will be 20 px in between. Okay, so I can apply that 10 px from all sides, and the moment I apply 10 px, what will happen is it will go beyond. See, it has come down because of the box sizing. Okay, so here I'll apply the box sizing so that it doesn't change according to the padding and all. So box sizing, border box, now it will stay in shape like this. So we have equal gaps in between, we have all the text aligned, everything is done. Okay, now here the text is not aligned in the center. So what we can do is, in the feature we can apply text align center. Text align center. So now what will happen? It will be aligned in the center. Okay, now we can change the text accordingly, whatever we had here. So next text is flexible. We can, so here the image is different, right? So we'll change this image. So after the gear fill, I'll use the, that is known as shuffle. Then we have this support images, people, I guess, people. Then after the people, we have some speedometer or something, speedometer. Then we have this laptop image at the end, laptop. Okay, then what text we have? We have here flexible. So after the design we need flexible. Then we have support. So here I'll have support. Then I have easy to edit. Easy to edit. Then I have SEO ready. Here SEO ready. Okay, save this, go to the browser and reload. So you get here all the images are updated, the text is also updated. Fine. Now what is the next thing? The next thing is the footer. What footer we have here? We have this kind of footer which is having again two parts, maybe 70-30 or 40-60. This is 70-30 maybe, and then we can do the same things what we have done earlier.
Okay, let's create the footer now. So here our features part is ending. Okay, so after the features we need to put the footer. So div class is equal to footer. Again, in the footer we'll have two parts, that is, let's say I'll name it as footer text, this part, and this part I'll name it as footer bar or something. Okay, fine. So let me have a footer text, and then we'll have another div, that is footer bar. Okay, so in the footer text, what we have here, we have just one line and one image, that is this icon, and this is known as a carrot icon, a right carrot. It is like an arrow, but it is known as a carrot. Okay, so I'll have one paragraph and one image, that's it. So in the P, let me put this text: stay connected with us in your favorite flavor. Okay, so I'll put it here, and then I'll have the image img. So this is image, that images, and then carrot right fill, this is the image. So how does it look like? It's looking like this. The image is not coming because it is in white color. Okay, fine. Now the thing is, footer text and footer bar, we have to add a proper width to them. Okay, so let us add that. And one more thing, here we are not following the padding of the whole page, because this is the footer, this is not part of the whole page. So here your padding will be different according to you, you will be. So here I'll not apply the main padding that I applied for all styles, all the elements. This line I will not add it, we'll put whatever we want. Okay, so now footer text, to the both the footer text and footer bar, I have to apply display inline block and then apply the width. Okay, so footer text and footer bar, I'll apply display inline block, and then width we will set it separately, and margin -2 px can be applied, and also the box sizing can be applied, box sizing border box. Fine. Okay, now what will be the width of all this? I'll make it at 3070. Okay, or maybe 2575 is also fine. Okay, let us make it 2575. So footer text, I'll have width of 25%, and footer bar, I'll have width as 75%. Okay, then what is the next thing? Then we have to add this color white to that, and the background color. What is the background color we are getting here? Background color we are getting something like RGB 33, 135, 169. So let us use this in our footer text. Footer text background color is this, and our color will be white. So save this, go to the browser and reload. So we got this. Okay, and the icon is also, icon is not being displayed. Okay, it is being displayed below.
So that means we have to apply inline block to the paragraph. So what is that? Dot footer. Image is already an inline block, so that is not needed. So footer text, what is it? P. Footer text paragraph, we have to apply display inline block. Now they will come side by side, and we can apply some padding to the whole box. So how much do I apply padding to the whole box? Let's see. So footer text, I'll apply a padding of, let's say, 15-16 px from the top. I don't want much, and here I have to apply remove the margin, because this p is having a margin 0. I have made it. Then footer text p is margin 0, and display inline block is done. Now to the footer text. Footer text, I'll apply some padding. What is the padding? 16 px from the top, let's say. Then 20 px, let us say from the right, and again 16 again from the bottom, and from the left let me put it at 50 px. Okay, fine. Now let's see the output, what we are getting. Yes, so this is the output we are getting. We're getting some gap from the left, and then we're having this text. Now they are not maybe vertically aligned. Let me align them together. So footer text p, I'll apply vertical align middle, and also dot footer text img, also vertical align middle. Now let's see. Now they are both aligned in the center. Fine. Now let us go to our right part, that is the width 75% footer bar. So what is to be written in the footer bar? So in the footer bar, what we have here is, we have a whole div which we can name it as social or something, and inside the social we'll have all these things. So first footer bar, let me apply the background color. So footer bar, what background color I want? I want this lighter color. Okay, so background color is this. Okay, and did I set the width? Width is 75%, but there is no text, that's why it is not coming. Maybe let's see. Okay, so the moment I write something here, let's say write something, it will come up. Okay, there is no content, so that's why it is not able to show anything. Okay, so instead of this, what we will have inside the footer bar is, inside the footer bar we'll have a social div, class is equal to social. Inside the social, we'll have the social media items. So each item I'll name it as social item. So div class is equal to social item. Inside the social item, what do we have? Inside the social item, we have one image and a text. Okay, okay, fine. So what I'll do is, I'll name it as, so let us see, each item I'll name it as, so no need to create any further items. Let me just put the image, and then we'll see, if needed we'll create another div. So this is dot slash images
Facebook. Along with the image, we have a span called Facebook. Okay, fine. So this is to be repeated again and again. How many times is it repeated? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times. 3, 4, 5, 6. So what are the images we have? After Facebook, we have Twitter, LinkedIn. Twitter. Then we have LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Then we have RSS Dribble Google Plus. RSS Dribble and Google Plus. Okay, fine. So how do they look like? They look like this. Okay, icons are white. Text also we have to make it white. Okay, fine. Now let us add the padding to this footer bar. In the footer bar we didn't add any padding, that's why it is looking like that. So here in the footer bar, what padding I should use? Let me use something like that footer bar is also an inline block. I had already applied it. Yeah, inline block is already applied, so it is coming side by side. So here let me add some padding. Padding is, let's say, 16 px, then 50 px from the right. That is because here we have applied 50 px on the footer text. We have applied for the left part, we have applied 50 px. For the footer bar right part, I'll apply 50 px. Okay, then other let it be 16 px itself, no problem. Okay, so how does it look like? It looks like this. Fine. Now each item should be inline block, right? So what are those items? These are all social. Inside the social, actually inside the social we have the social item. So what happens if we remove this whole social block? Without this social block also it will look nice, right? So I'll remove the social block. Yeah, okay. So this each social item should be inline block. So dot social item should be display inline block, and margin should be -2 px, and width how much we want? See here we have 1 2 3 4 5 6. So 100% divided by 6, 100 by 6 will be around how much? 20, 16. Is it 16.66? Let's see that. 100 divided by 6 is giving me 16.66. Okay, so what I can do, I can apply 16.66%, and let's see, display inline block width is this much. We have to apply the, yeah, it is looking nice, but we should apply here what it is called box sizing as well. If we apply some padding inside that, it will affect it, so I'll put it as box sizing border box. Okay, now here what it is called, in the social item we have the text as white. So in the social item we can make the font color as white. Okay, so we get it as white color now. Fine. Now we need some what it is called gap at the beginning. Other things are totally right. So any extra gap we need, yeah, so we can align all this text to the right. Okay, we can apply text align right so that they will come to the right. So if I apply here text align, or maybe center, I think center is better. Yeah, so this is better. Okay, text align center, when I applied, it is coming to the center. So this is what we wanted. So I think everything is done now. And also the the vertically alignment is not done. So let me do that. So that is to be done inside this. So in the social item, inside the social item, the image and span should have vertical align center. Okay, so in the social item dot social item, we have the image and span, right? So img and dot social item span. So image and span both should have vertical align middle. Now they are all center aligned and they're looking nice. So you can see that this is the exact copy of this site. Both are same. Okay, fine. That's it. That's it for this session. Next, we'll try to create a template like this. So this is a similar template than what we did earlier, but with some more features. Like we have a top banner here. Above the header, we have a top banner here, which is having a logo and a button with some gradient background. And then we have a navbar where we have hoverable links, okay, and a search box here. And then we have this banner where we have on the left side, we have some text and a button. On the right side, we have an image. Then we have this layout. So you can call it features, where we have some image, header, and some text and button. Same thing for 3 items. And then we have one about us section where welcome to our website, some text paragraphs are there, read more is there. And we have a side panel where you can see some more information are there. Okay, so let's try to create this using the CSS properties that we have learned till now. So let me create a new folder. It's a template 2. Okay, okay, so here in this template we also have a lot of what it is called images, like this one, so many images are there. I've already put the images in a folder inside the same template 2 folder, so you don't need to worry about that. So what we do here is, let me do one thing. Let me open it in again in Firefox, and let us keep it for our reference. Okay, and in Chrome we'll create our own template. Fine. Now here let me create the index.html page and one style.css page. In the HTML we have to link the style.css to this HTML page. So this is done. Now let's start writing the code for the template. Okay. Now first thing is what we have first thing is we have one top banner. So let's try to create this top banner. Let us have a div called top banner. Top banner. Inside the top banner, what we have? We have one logo and one button. That's it. But we have to place them inline and all those things. So we'll create two divs. So two divs are there. So first div, I'll name it as logo, and the second div, I'll name it as, let's say, that is what? That is a button. Let's say I'll make it as, click here for a free quote. It is written there, right? So I'll make it as quote button. So quote btn. Okay, fine. Now inside the logo div, what do I need to put? I just need to put the image. That's it. So dot slash images website logo, and width, I'll make it as 150px, like similar way what we did for the earlier template. And then let's see this. So let me run this file. Where is our file? This is the template 2, and that's it. This is what we are getting. Okay, now what is the next thing? We have to add that proper padding, same padding what we have to apply for all the divisions. So let us go to our CSS file, and what is the class? That is the top banner. Okay, so for the top banner we need to write the styles dot top banner, and let's say padding, I want to apply 20px, 100px, that is 20 from top and bottom, 100 from left and right. And also one more thing, the text, we want to change it because the Times New Roman doesn't look nice. So I'll have the universal selector. Here I'll apply the font family as Arial, let's say, or you can go for Verdana. Okay, fine. Now let us go for the other things what we have. So for the top banner, did we apply the padding? Yes, we have applied the padding. So why is it not getting applied? Because top banner. So the style is not getting applied because of the error in file name. So here we have mentioned it as style.css, but here the name of the file is styles.css. So you should be careful while naming the file names. Okay. So let us see now. Now we have got the padding. Fine. Now what is the next thing? Along with the image, we need some other things. So this whole banner, first let me put it as with 100px, because this will become inline block, this will also become inline block. So this top banner, I have to make it as with 100%. Okay, with 100%, and also the box sizing I'll adjust it as border box. And what is the background color we are having here? The background color we are having here is black, so I'll put it as background color is black. Okay, save this, go to the browser, reload. This is the top banner we are having. Okay, fine. Now what I need to do, here inside the top banner I have the logo and the quote button. So these two I'll make it first display inline block dot logo and dot quote button quote btn. I'll apply display inline block and margin minus 2 px. Okay, and the width we will apply it accordingly. Fine. Now what is the width I want to apply for the logo? So let's say the logo can be 20 px, and I'll put it as, or I can do one thing, I can make both as 50 px, 50%, 50%, and then align them left and right. So what I can do here is I can put the logo at, so for both of them I can apply with 50%, so they will come side by side, equal in equal width, and the logo is already text align right. So code button I'll make it text align left. So dot quote button, make it text align right. Okay, so here in the quote button I need to have the button, so button button, and what is written there, click here for a free code. Okay, click here for a free code. Okay, now let's check this. How does it look like? It is looking like it is going automatically going to the right. Okay, but now they are not vertically aligned. Okay, so what we have to do here is we have to apply the vertical align middle to both of them. Middle. So now they will be aligned in the middle. Okay, now we need to write the styles for the button. So what is to be done for the button? So here first thing I need to apply some padding. Okay, we have the padding, and the background color is a gradient color, not a solid color like black, white or something. It is having gray at the top and darker, lighter shade at the top and darker shade on the bottom. So let me write here quote button. Inside the quote button we have a button, so to that we have to apply, so quote btn and then button, descendant selector. So in that button let me apply some padding. So padding, let's say 10 px, 20 px, and then text color is white, and then we have to use the background image property for creating that gradient. So for that we have value called a linear gradient. Okay, inside the linear gradient we have to give two colors separated by comma, a comma b. A will be one color, b will be one color. So both are gray kind of colors, so I'll use the RGB format. So let's say RGB, I'll have a lighter shade at the top, so 60 comma 60 comma 60 will give you a lighter shade of gray, and the darker shade will come here. It will be, you can put it RGB 000, that will be pure black, and if you want very dark gray then you can put 20 comma 20 comma 20. Okay, lower the value darker it is. So background color I have set it, then, and the border radius of the button, it should not look like a square, it should be little bit rounded. So border radius I'll put it as, let's say not much value, but 5 px maybe. Save this, go to the browser and reload. We got this. Okay, now I think the top banner is complete. Okay, top banner is complete. So now we can go for the other things, and here also border is also there, a little bit of border is there, we can apply that border as well. Okay, so what can we do for that? We can apply one border 2px solid and a gray color.
or you can put it white, no problem. It'll look like this if you want it. Okay, fine. Now what is the next thing? Top banner is done. Now we have to create this nav bar. Okay, so let us create a div called a nav. This div is class equal to nav. Then inside the nav, what we have two things: nav bar and the search button. Okay, so we'll create two divs inside the nav. First div, I'll name it as nav bar. Class equal to nav bar. And next nav bar. Okay, next div will have a class name as search, because that is the search box. Okay, fine. Now what is to be done? Both these should have some percentage value of width. So what percentage value can I use? Maybe I can use 80-20. That is enough. And then we have to apply the display inline block and all those things. Okay, so to the nav bar, let me apply. So where is the nav bar? So here in the nav, first thing is I have to apply the normal padding what we had applied. So what was the padding we applied was 20 px 100 px. Okay, so that padding should be same. So what is it? Nav dot nav. I'll apply padding as 20 px 100 px. Okay, that is done. Then we have the nav bar and search dot nav bar comma dot search. Here I'll apply display inline block, and then I can even apply the width as 50%, no problem in that, because they will be divided equally, right? So I can put it at 50%. That is not a problem. So 50%, both will get 50%, but we will align it in the left and right manner to place them here and there. Okay, then what we have, margin should be minus 2px, and that's it. Now let us create the things. So inside the nav bar, what we will have is, we'll have the nav list, which is the unordered list. So class is equal to nav list, and inside this we'll have the allies, which will be nav item. So what is the first nav item? We have home, services, portfolio, about us, contact us. Okay, home, services, portfolio, about us, and contact us. Okay, fine. Now how do they look like? They look like this. We have to make them inline element, everything. Okay, fine. So now nav bar is already inline block, right? So what we need to do next? Nav list. So the moment we make li as inline block, these things will come in line, because this is one block level element, so that will not create any problem, because we are not having anything along the beside the UL.
So no need to make this ul inline block. Nav item inline block is enough. So let me write dot nav item display inline block. So they have come side by side. Now what is to be done? The next thing is, here we need some we can put some margin in between, or the moment we actually apply inline block, we should immediately apply the margin minus 2px. Otherwise it may create problems when we add something. Okay, whenever the inline block is there, if we apply percentage values to that, it will create some problem. Okay, fine. So with margin I am putting it minus 2px. Now let's see. Now this nav bar, these nav items, how do they look like? They are looking like this. Okay, but we need some gap between them. So what do I do? First thing is, let me apply some. So this nav item is what? This is li, right? So and this nav bar is also having a black background, that is a gradient background is there. So let me apply that gradient background first. So what will be that? That is for the nav. For the nav, I'll apply this same thing, or maybe we can change some values. That is not an issue. Let me put like, instead of 60, let me put 40. And save this and go to our browser. So it is looking like this. Now we need to remove some of the things. Why so much values are coming? So the padding top we can reduce little bit. So instead of 20, I can put it as 10. Again, I am telling you, top and bottom padding you can put anything, but the left and right you should not change. Otherwise it will look non-uniform in the whole page. Okay, fine. Now this li, I have to make it as color as white. Okay, this is what. Then we'll add some padding to the li as well. Okay, so to the padding, what padding I should use? Let's say padding I put it as 10px 20px. Now let's see how much gap we are getting. We are getting this much gap. And this ul is having a margin. We can remove that margin. So that is nav list. So after the nav, I have the nav list, or I can remove the margin. Margin is 0. You are getting a nav bar like this. Okay, fine. Now we need to give this hover effect. Okay, we need this hover effect when we hover over it. So we'll use the hover pseudo class. So where is it? Nav item. We have the padding here, right? So nav item use colon hover, and here what I want to do is I want to use a gradient background, right? So let me use the use this value and change some of the values. Let's say I'll make it 60, and I want to make this 30. Otherwise it will look same like the background. So I'm changing the values because background is already 40/20. So if I put it 20, it will overlap with that, and we won't be able to recognize the colors. So now let's see what we are getting. We are getting something like this. So this is fine, but we need to add the border radius. Okay, so in the border radius, let me put here border radius is, let's say,
5px. Now let's see. So we get something like this. So this is fine. Okay. Now our nav bar is complete. What about the second part, that is the search box? So in the search box, what we need to do? In the search, I will have only one input text. One more thing. Along with the input text, we'll have this, what it is called, one search image is there. Okay, we'll see that. So input type equal to text and one image. The image is what? Dot slash images search. Okay, so how do they look like? They look like this, and we have to align it to the right. So I'll right align the search box. So dot search here, text align right. Okay, it has moved to that, but we can see the search icon here. We have to move it inside here. How to do that? So for that, we can use the position properties. Position CSS properties can be used to move that thing inside it. Okay, so what do I do here is, for this image, I'll apply some, or let's say inside the search, that image is there, right? And this search, first I'll apply position relative to this. Position relative, and then for the image, search image, I have to apply position absolute. Then we have to move it. Now see what will happen if I put it like this. The image is sticking to the box. Now we have to move it inside. So what do I do for that? I write a right maybe 5px and check how does it look like. So it has come more inside. Okay, let it come 4px, and from the top also, or maybe from the bottom, I want to move it. So from the bottom, let's say, okay, from the top I'll move it, no problem. From the top I'll move it, let's say 5px. Let's see how does it look like. So it is looking like this. So it is coming more down, so we can adjust it, and it is also coming more left from the right side, so we can adjust all those things. So here let me put 4px, and at right also 4px, and let's see. So I'll put 3. I think that is enough. Yeah, so this is enough now. Okay, now what I'll do is I'll add some border radius to it. So in the search input, search input, I'll apply some border radius, and then we'll check how it is looking like. If it is not looking nice, we have to change the right and top accordingly. So border radius, let's say 5px. Okay, this is how it is looking like. So now we can change that image size actually. Okay, so let me change it to, this is having width of 16px, so I'll change it to 12px. Now let us see what positions we need to change. Yeah, so now we can change these values 1 pixels more. So top 4, left 5, right 5. Yeah, so now it is okay. Fine. Now you can move to other things.
maybe from top 5 to the right, you can move 4. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay, now our this panel is also fine, but it is not center aligned. If you see, the text box is not center aligned. So what we need to do, to the nav bar, so to both the items, what are those items? The first item is nav bar and the next item is search. So to nav bar and search, we have to apply the vertical align. So where is the nav bar? Nav bar is here, and search. So I'll apply the vertical align middle. Save it, go to the browser, reload. Now they are aligned. If you see, both are aligned in the center vertically. Fine, this is done, and these hovers are also working fine. Fine, now you can go to the next section. What is the next section? This is the main banner. Now to in the banner, what we need to do, so first let us create the div. Name is div classes banner, and inside the banner, how many parts we have? We have again 2 parts. First part is what it is called, box, that is the text part, and the right part is image. Okay, so I'll name this left side part as banner info and the right part as banner image. First we have the banner info, and then we have the banner image. So to the banner, first we apply the padding, common padding that we have. Where was it? So this is the padding that we want for the banner. And then we have to apply the display inline block margin and width and vertical align to the two divs, that is banner info and banner image. Banner info and banner image. First I'll apply display inline block, then margin minus 2px, and then, so what is the percentage I want to use here? Again, I can put it at 50-50, that is not a problem. So width is 50%, and also the vertical align middle. Okay, fine. So it will have something like this. So we have this banner, and we have banner info here, banner image there. Okay. Okay, now let us write what is there inside the banner info. So in the banner info, we have some text like this. We specialize in HTML, CSS, and PHP type. So this is 2 sections. This is one header, this is another header, and then we have this list items. Okay. Or these are, you may not put it as list item, you may put it as what it is called, paragraph, just paragraphs, plain paragraphs you can put it. Okay, fine. So we'll see how to do that. So first we will have the h3, 2h3. So we specialize in HTML is coming in first line, then CSS and PHP sites is second. So let me put it as h3, Angular and React. Okay, or we can write HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Fine. Okay, then after that, what is there? We already know the before pseudo element, right? So we can use that, but again it is an image, so it is better to use the I use it as a paragraph, so no problem in that. So what I'll do is I'll create paragraphs, 3 paragraphs. I'll have image here, and what is that image? Image is play circle fill. Okay, and width we have to adjust it. We'll see that, no problem. We'll put some text here. Okay, so we'll put some dummy text. Okay, so let us take this up to here, paste it here. 3 paragraphs are there, so let me put some different text in all the lines. Yeah, that's it, and the images will be same, so no problem in that. And we have to remove the margins of h3. Let's see that. So here we'll have some margins in HTML, CSS and JavaScript here. So what we will do here is, first thing is we have to remove the margin, and then we have to apply text transform uppercase to both the lines. Okay, fine. So let me do that. That is inside the banner info. Banner info h3. Banner info h3. h3. Yeah. Here what I'll apply, first the margin as 0 and the text transform as uppercase. Now see this is looking like this. Fine. Then these paragraphs are also having some margins, so we can remove those margins. Okay, so what can be done here? Banner info p, banner info p, margin 0. But is it looking nice now? Let's see. It is sticking to the text. So what we can do is we can apply some margin, but less margin. Okay, fine. So let me put it as, so when we don't have the we have the margin, it looks like this. Okay, this is also fine. So no need to remove the paragraph margins. Let it be there. Then let's see what is the next to be done here. So we have one button after that. So just after the paragraphs, I have one button. What is written there inside the button? More information. More information. So banner info button. What I'll apply? So background color is black. Background color is black. Text color is white, and border radius is there. Text transform is uppercase, and we have a little border radius, which is, let's say, 5px. we have this, and some padding as well. So padding is 10 px, 20 px. Okay, fine. Now we have a background color that is a blue shade. Okay, this blue color, deep sky blue, it is written deep sky blue. Okay, fine. This deep sky blue we have to apply it to the background color. So what is that? That is banner. Here background color is deep sky blue. Okay, fine. Now what is to be done? Now we need to create the right side, that is the image, banner image. So what is to be put in the banner image? So img dot select. So banner image I'll put it directly images, then we have the text.png, but we have to apply some height width adjustment. Just must be done, otherwise it will look this big. Okay, so here what I'll do, the image I will put for the image box, it is 50%, right? So what I can do is to the image also, so banner image, banner image, image width, if I put it as 100%, it will take the parent container size. So this is taking the 100% of the width, or I can little bit reduce the width, let's say 70%. Yes, okay, 70% of the width it is taking. Fine. This is the whole container, and this is the image. Okay, now what we can do is we can align the image to the right. So dot banner image, we can do text align right. So this will align it to the end. Okay, and vertical align we had already applied here, so it is already adjusted. Fine, nice. Now this is done. Now what is the next thing that we need to do? That is this part. What is this part? This I have named it as features. Okay, I have named it as features. So let us try the features. So here just after the banner I'll have the div as features. Features. Okay, then here inside the features we'll have many features. Div class equal to feature. Okay, and in the for the features again we have to go for the what it is called, the default padding that we have. Okay, so let us do this. So for the features page or features part also we'll have the same padding. Okay, fine. Then after that we have in the features how many parts we will be having. We'll have 3 parts, so each will have width of 33.33%, display inline block, margin minus 2 px, isn't it? And also vertical align if it is needed. Okay, fine. So feature width is first thing is display inline block, then width as 33.33%, then margin as -2px, and then vertical align. So vertical align middle also I'll apply. So if the box sizes are heights are same, we don't need the vertical line. But if sometimes if one extra line is there, then we may need that what is called vertical align. Okay, fine. Now we need to add the content of the feature. Inside the feature, what we will write. And do we have any background color? No, there is no background color. So no need to worry about that. Now we'll create the features. What is to be done here? So feature, inside the feature is box. I want to have these things. So there is a gap in between. So what I want to do is I want to create some padding in that feature, and then I want to write all these things. Okay, fine. We'll see that. No need to worry. Or what we can do is we can place them side by side and apply some margin or something in between. We'll see that. No need to worry. So inside the feature, what we have here, we have one heading. So that heading I'll put it as h4 web development is written there, right? Then we have a paragraph. After the h4 we have gaps, so no need to remove the margins. Paragraph is some dummy text. Then what we have, then we have one image. So we have different images for all these things. So let me put the one.jpg. Then after the image we have another paragraph that is having this text. This also I'll put it here. And then we have a button. We have a button, a read more. So UTTON button, read more. Okay, so this is to be repeated again and again. Okay, fine. Now let's see how is that looking like in our page. So it is looking like this. Okay, fine. Now what are the things, what are the styles we need to apply it so that it will be looking perfectly like what we want here? Okay, so let's see that what we need to do to the features so that they will look that much fine. Okay, now let me apply some padding to each feature. So, and also when we applied this display inline block, we should also use the what it is called box sizing. When we are adding padding, we should apply the box sizing. When there is no need, it's okay. So the moment I apply padding, if the box sizing is not there, it will come to the next line. So padding, let me add something like 20px. So now let's see what happens. So it is looking like this. Okay, and I want to align some of the things. Okay, so again the width of the image is not 100%, that's why it is not going up to the mark. If you see here, if I inspect this, the images are not going up to the whole box. This is the whole box, the image is not getting the whole width. So what I'll do is I'll put the image width as 100%. So dot feature image width is 100%. Now let's see. Now it is looking like this. Okay, we're getting the text. It is going up to the end. We are having some gap as well. Okay, this gap is because of the padding. Fine, I think that is enough. Is there anything more? No, everything is fine. Okay, so the features is also fine, and button, okay, you can add some more border radius if you want, but that is fine. Okay, fine.
Now let us go to the next part, and these images I can change it. Instead I have other images here. So one is 1, second one I can put it as 2, third image I also have another image, that 3.jpg. So I can have different images. Fine, but the height is again varying. Can you see? Height is different, so we should set the height as well. So what I'll do is, here I'll set the height as well. So let's say height I will put it as maybe 50 px. How does it look like? Oh, this is too small, so 100 px. Yeah, this is fine. So this is how it was looking here. Okay, fine, all are fine. Now let us create this second last part, that is the about us part. Okay, so features is done. After the features we'll have the about us.
So I'll name this div as about. And this about will, first thing what we need to apply, we need to apply the what it is called, padding. Same padding, dot about will have this padding. Okay, do we have any background? No background, only HTML normal h1 tag, whatever this is, h4 or something, h4 and paragraphs are there. Okay, fine. So inside the about, so we have two parts actually. This part is one part and this part is one part. Okay, so what do we do for that? So I'll name the left panel as info and the right panel as more info. Okay, so div class is equal to info, and this one is more info. Okay, so let me write the styles. So about info, what it is even about. Okay. I can write directly info. So for both info and more info, what are the things I can apply? I can apply display inline block, then margin -2 px, and then if you want the box sizing, because padding may be there, so box sizing also I'll put it. Box sizing is border box, and width percentage I'll not set it here because I don't want to put it at 50-50%, because this is totally different. It is around 70-30 or 80-20. So I'll add it separately. Okay, so inline block is done. Vertical align also I don't want to align because it is not aligned vertically. If you see, both are aligned to the top. Okay, so I don't want to apply the vertical align as well. So box sizing I have applied, and other things are okay, fine. Now what is to be done? So in the info, let us enter all the things and let's see how does it look like. We'll add more styles if needed. So in the info, what is there? Welcome to our website. Then I have 3 paragraphs, 1, 2, and 3 paragraphs, and then lastly we have one read mode. Okay, so I'll apply one h4. H4 is there. Welcome to Poly. Then I have 3 paragraphs. So some text I have here, another P. Here I have some more text. Last paragraph with a one line text. Okay, then what about the read more? So for the read more, I can put a span. That's it. Okay, span read more, or you can even put a P. That is not a problem. Okay, fine. So yeah. So now, how does it look like? Did I save it? Save it and reload. So I get the text here. Okay, the read more needs to be bold. So what do I do here? In the info, the span info space span. Here I would like to add font weight bold. So I get this. Okay. Now the next part. Now what width I want to add here? How much width? So I think with 70-30 will be enough. So I'll go with 70-30. This one is 70, this one is 30. So here in the info add width as 70%, and in the more info I'll add width as 30%. Okay, now let's see. It looks like this. Okay, so this part is done. We just need to do the second part. What is to be done in the second part? So in the more info, what are the things we have on bold? Let's say heading h4, then paragraph, then again h4, then paragraph, then again h4, paragraph, and more news at the last. Okay, so let us write like that. So how many things are there? 3 h4p and 1 span at the end. So h4 news and events, and then one paragraph which is having some dummy text. We'll repeat this again and again. How many are there? 3. Okay, and one span at the end. So read more. Okay, so in the more info, span, I add onto it bold. That's it. So it is looking like this, but the things are not aligned in a proper way. Okay, because we have to get it all at the top. Okay, so what I can do here, I can apply for both of them. I can apply vertical align top. Vertical align top. Okay, save this, go to the browser and reload. So you get this. This is the desired output we wanted. So we got whatever we want. Okay, that's it for this session.